Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hope you had a great day yesterday on my sudden day off. But I did need to take that day. So just a disclaimer, I'm not feeling super great today either. But I'm gonna push through it, because I miss you guys. And I don't like taking 2 days off in a row, so. Especially because tomorrow, I don't normally stream either. But as soon as I sat down, Kevin started getting loud. Right, Kevin? Or are you gonna... Because now I'm talking shit. You're not gonna do the thing. Okay, that's cool. Whatever. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. How you doing, Brucey? Viper? New Mexiben? Rune? Matt? Mentalist? Mr. Adblock? Reckless Monster? Kage Trey? Did I say New Mexiben? You get another one, New Mexiben. I see you a lot in there. Hi. Pickle Johnny, how are you? Didn't bring coffee, but I brought water. Ah, you listened to the tweet. Good. Good. Hey, Conman, how you doing? Yeah, Gluttony buff? Yeah. Funny story. I've not used the Gluttony since the update. Funny how that works out. But yeah, so. Addressing the elephant in the room. Yeah, controversial update, but we've got... some very interesting weapons to work with, both due to buffs and things that were just kind of already slapping hard that now more attention is on. So I got a couple of concepts I want to field test. There's some theories I was messing around with. I did a last minute respec, like the last time I played the game, on this character and didn't test out the idea. So we're gonna see how that goes, right, Kevin? He's a good boy. Look at him. So they say, like, sometimes people, their appearance reflects their cats or their dogs or whatever they have. Is that why my wardrobe is like 60% gray? Because of this guy? Probably is. Anyway. Let's do the thing. It's simple, Rick. How you doing? That was so cute. It was, Matt. It really was. It's the cutest fucking cat. Ah, good. I loaded in holding the correct weapon. So, here, we'll look at the higher damage one. This weapon right here, this is your new boss melting god. And there's a few reasons. No, I'll explain why the wardrobe is mostly cat hair. I feel personally attacked. How dare you say these accurate things about me, insane thing? I'm gonna need you to self-reflect on what you've done to me. How you doing? So this gun, the Sawmill, this was slapping before they buffed snipers by 20%. And it's slapping 20% harder. But there's also other reasons why the Sawmill is just kinda crazy. So this thing can roll 2, 3, or 4 projectiles. And there's different use cases for each of them. With a ×4, you're going to be consuming your ammo faster, reloading more frequently, but the higher hit count means a few things. There's 2 things primarily. One, if you are using Spore Warden's Capstone, play the angles, that's more opportunities for ricochets, so that does make it better in situations where there's multiple targets to hit. However, you're not going to be shooting as long, so that's something you need to balance. Hey CZ, how you doing? Another thing is, for whatever reason, you know the raid boss weak spots, the glowing ones? Well, those are particularly vulnerable to crossbolts and saw blades. If you leave a bunch of crossbolts or saw blades in them when that phase, like, expires, they detonate, doing additional damage. So, if you use a sawmill, which already absolutely chunks them, and then you compound that with the saw blades expiring, it does a lot of damage. So pro tip, if you're struggling against any of those raid boss DPS checks, get crossbolts or saw blades. Get something that sticks a bunch of them in. And Sawmill happens to be like the highest DPS thing that has saw blades. So there you go. This is your damage machine. Now, it is a bit of an ammo hog. I don't have much in the way of sniper S to use. So I have 144 shots. I can't remember how much SDU investment. It might be my other character that actually doesn't have much. I have no idea. But so this is not a weapon you can use as just a primary, although I do have an idea of that. So if you stack enough magazine size on a Spore Warden with that ammo regen, use like a last gasp shield, you could probably, as long as you wait and space out your shots, you could probably just keep refilling your last mag of Sawmill with that ammo regen. You'd have to be very, very patient, but you probably could do it. So that's a concept, if anyone wants to mess around with that before I get to it. Haven't seen this one yet? Yeah, this is, you can get this from the Chaos Chamber bunnies. I don't know the exact source, because you guys know me, I'm not a dedicated farmer. But, farm the bunnies, that's where I got mine. I'd love to get volatile times 3s, that would be the play. Regarding the reload build, if I recall correctly, using Spellshot Clawbringer, now that Awe is fixed, is Claw still the preferable second class? Should I switch to Stava, for example? It'd be great if we go over the build again real quick. That build is not one I've worked my way around to, like, fixing yet, the Mentalist. It's the kind of build that did get hit the hardest. Or, not the hardest, but there's... The Clawbringer builds that got hit the hardest by the Awe change were traditionally non-gun things. So, for example, status effect Clawbringer. There's no status effect crit chance stat in the game, so you have to use global crit chance stuff, which gave Awe additional value there. Additionally, with the reload build, I was using a lot of weapons that have on crit effects, and not only was Awe changed, but those weapons were also toned down. The Catatumbo and the handbow and the liquid cooling were all on crit effect guns. Now, I wasn't using cooling in that setup, but Catatumbo was my main weapon. Now, it's still a good gun, only took a very slight dip, it was like 6%, not really worth mentioning. But that combined with Awe means it's a feels bad thing. So that's a setup I gotta, like, still work on. I'm working on my other Clawbringer first and my other builds, and then I'll make my way around to that. Something something drop rate, something something endgame cry on Reddit. Hey, Obi Data, how you doing? Every time I see those bunnies, the dude from Nightmare Before Christmas saying bunny goes through my head. Nice. Available pet builds compared to BL3. I haven't tried yet. Depends on how you define pet build, Pickle Johnny. A lot of people will include pixies and hydras in that, and if you do, they're disgustingly overpowered. If you don't, then, like, you can make the wyvern kill pretty effectively. I've not tried a Demi-Lich-centric pet build, but based on Hellish Blast, it's probably got potential. The Mushroom Companion is kind of too stupid to be a good, like, primary source of anything. Like, it just runs into danger as quickly as possible and does nothing else quickly. So it's a flak pet. But the other two pets are pretty nice. Can Sawmill come in different elements? Yes. Yes, as far as I know, Sawmill can come in every element and non-elemental. I have a ×4 non-ellie in my bank over here, somewhere. Yeah, here it is. I have ×4 non-ellie. I've not gotten cryo personally, but I'm pretty sure I've been told cryo's a thing. And I've seen fire as well. And then I have the other two elements here, so. Sirens. Lich just doesn't have the move diversity to come close to Wyvern from what I've tried. Yeah, Cranberry, that seems accurate. Wyvern just has really good coverage. Like, the Lightning Breath hits the whole map. It's just got really good formula as well. That Wyvern damage specific boost in the tree, very impactful. Like, if you're trying to build for a Wyvern damage build, you absolutely can. It's good. A little more gear intensive than, like, a gun build. But it's a thing you can do. Okay, why is my sensitivity fucked? Anyone ever have an issue where their game sensitivity just kind of changes? Like, you didn't do anything, but your sensitivity is, like... What is that? This guy also rolling armor? Yeah. Okay. That should be better. The wyvern damage? Yeah, yeah. Let's see what the class combo is. Had me loads, thought I was crazy. Yeah, Equi, it happens all the time. It's just like cursor sensitivity. Let's check that out. It's Spore Warden primary, Clawbringer secondary, CZ. Skill name is Friend to Flame. And I suppose that's a convenient multi-class combo, because in case you want to go Spore Warden there for Wrath of Nature and the companion HP increase, yes, specifically the HP one, it's an option. Okay, so, I did switch over this character to also be a spell shot, because I wanted to test out magic bullets with this shenanigan stuff. And see how it goes. Other candidates for this, maybe we could go Spore Warden, grab the capstone, drop Awe, still keep Awe from armor, and then see how that plays. There's a couple things I want to test.
Think you can make it?
Do we do a featured run for this? Yeah, I'll do a featured. You had to play any Fate Maker other than Spore? Nice. By the way, got Barrage Reload on a body rune last night. Let's go, Viper. Morning, Jules. How you doing? So I briefly tried Stabbo on this, and I feel like the Stabbo one did more. That Sawmill DPS was inspiring, though, actually. Yeah, Sawmill run around 2-tap things. Ugh. What is Spore Fuse? It's the enchant that causes the poison explosion when you deal gun or ability damage for Spore Warden. We call it Spore Fuse because it's Spore Warden specific, and it's reminiscent of the Short Fuse skill from Moze in Borderlands 3, off which Blast Gasp and Blast Chill are also based. So there's basically 3 variants of Short Fuse in this game for different damage source types. Spore Warden gets gun and ability, Graveborn gets spell, and Berserker gets melee. Hawkins with 2.3 base damage. Yeah, that's a high base.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait. Right.
Yeah, that's Sawmill damage. I'm looking forward to raid bossing with that. Hey Holo, how you doing? Good to see you. Blast Chill feels so rewarding. I love the... It's got a good radius. That's something that sets it apart from the other ones. Ooh, White Rider and Dual Beam do be slapping now. Yeah, you can just kind of clear rooms with the White Rider and Dual Beam. It'll take a bit using it against a single target, but everything kind of dies at the same time. Hey Striker, how are you? Flo, good to see you as well. But yeah, Blast Chill's radius is super nice, whereas Blast Gas kind of doesn't have one, Spore Fuse kind of doesn't have one. Blast Chill, they accounted for the fact that it's melee, so it's like, yeah, okay, here you go. This hits like a room. Good, how's you? Still having Spore Shot over here for me? Yeah, what's probably my current favorite build is a Spore Warden spell shot as well. Throw in those Furior Lightning Bolts. It's a good ring. We'll probably switch to that at some point. But currently I'm testing out some build changes for my Clawbringer gun build. With the class change from the last update, I'm kind of pursuing new avenues, seeing where I can find more power. Green? Nah, I'm not awake enough for green yet.
This should be interesting.
The armor's locked to certain classes. Can all armors have all the classes? So, all armors can have all class combinations that I'm aware of, with the exception of the claw armor. So do I have, not Clawbringer, the claw armor. Do I have one on me? No. So there's an armor called, basically, it'll be a different color, and then it'll say claw. Those always roll a pet class primary. So those will always either have primary Graveborn, primary Clawbringer, or primary Spore Warden. They can have any secondary class, but their primary will always be one of those, because it only checks to see if you are a pet class before being able to give you that armor.
There's a chin in the air. Who's a good boy?
Now, White Rider feels great. Like I said when we were going over the notes at first, it takes some testing to see how the White Rider actually came out of this change, and it worked out to be a buff. So any White Rider enjoyers, your gun got buffed, like, massively. I'm not gonna say the White Rider needed a buff, but it certainly feels nice. I feel like they overdid the liquid cooling change as being overstated. Both. Honestly, Flight, it's both. Did it need to lose that much damage? No. But it was simply correcting an incorrect scaler it had, and nothing else. And the gun still has some use cases. Example, it's still going to be among the higher DPS weapons in terms of sustain. Like, you still don't have to stop shooting until you physically do not have bullets in a good setup. And it is a cryo weapon that is dependent on crits, which leads you to one of the 4 raid bosses, which is a bone bar with a very open crit spot in a DPS window that is time constrained, so you do not want to stop. It's still one of the best weapons you can use for melting a blue raid boss. Is that ring you just picked up? Let's look. It was ability damage something? Ability damage, companion crit chance, shotgun reload speed, sniper crit damage on a mood ring. That's pretty good. Sniper crit damage on that? I like that a lot. Oh, that reminds me. Look at this ring. This is why I wanted to try Spell Shot. Because that spell damage will at least go into magic bullets. Look at this shit. Fucking volatile sniper crit 35% on a championship ring. So against a boss, 70% sniper crit. Cool. Sawmill. Sean, how you doing? David, hope you're well. Think with gun cryo focus damage builds, liquid cooling still do well? Yeah, definitely. Hope they get a Twitch extension for this game. Hopefully. They've not announced anything. You get the rings? I kind of rolled out of bed and started streaming C4, so I'll deal with that later, but thank you again for that. I'm on a different setup. Like, that's for my Dreadwind setup. I'm still kind of sciencing. Love that type of ring? Yeah, me too, Daniel. Let me know how I got those for you. Yeah, yeah. The awkward thing about the new direction I'm taking this setup in is currently the hammer throw is not really doing anything for me. If I was to switch to, like, a Harbinger, yeah. But currently, it's just kind of there. Like, I can't think of a reason that I'm using hammer throw over polymorph right now. Other than just to not use polymorph. Should I just use polymorph? I feel like I probably should. Logic, how you doing? So not useless, not used for everything gun anymore? Exactly. There's a gun like the elephant gun in this game. As in, like, no scope sniper? I don't know. The Ironside, doesn't that work that way? Quest reward, blue, black powder sniper. Doesn't the Ironsides not have... The Ironsides is iron sights. That makes so much sense. Yeah, it's that. Hammer Throw is a great cooldown for enchant procs, but Polymorph is still 28 seconds base, and then I have cooldown boosts. Yeah, cat. Hey, Puffy. Hope health issues are a bit better today. A bit. Still not ideal, but... Yo, Rob, thank you so much for giving a sub. Going to flow. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, just as we practiced.
Colin kicking your ass. This morning, yeah. Yeah. On top of other stuff, Holo, it's miserable. I hate it. I'd like to refund. I'd like to exchange my body for a new model, please. This one's defective. Head accessory you're wearing, is that a world drop? I don't remember where I got it, to be honest. I just kind of picked up cosmetics as I went, Wolf Booty. I don't remember where I got anything. Yeah, you can just kind of chill on dual beam now, which is not something you could comfortably do with a White Rider before because the damage of dual beam was terrible. Now it's not. I want you super dead though, so we're gonna sawmill you and you just explode. Sawmill's so good, chat. I cannot get over it. It's so strong. When do you reckon they'll increase the level cap? Hopefully never. Hopefully never. I would like that to just not happen, personally. And ability to mantle things in this game. There's a couple awkward spots. Yeah, there's a couple awkward spots. I think they just, they're pretty ambitious with level design. Ooh, that fire rate on Crossblade is spicy, though. Hang on. I've not experienced that. We have all this fire rate from, fucking 8 out of 5 just warming up. Yeah. 8 out of 5 just warming up means we spam the shit out of the Crossblade. Ooh. That's really nice. Okay. I no longer want to change class setups. That's so good. No more levels, please, just chaos level. Yeah, Bonds. Why is that? Because look at every Borderlands game. Now, this game is absolutely in its own box in terms of mechanics and stuff, but look at what happened to every Borderlands game. Borderlands 1 let you cap all your skill trees. Characters did not take different builds ever. They just used different weapons. Borderlands 2, by level 80, you were within, what, 3, 4, 5 points of capping all 3 skill trees? Skill trees didn't look different. Everyone ran different gear, but the same build. With very minor variations. TPS, you could cap all 3 skill trees. Everyone's skill trees look the same. Borderlands 3, by the level 72 cap, skill trees, we'd started losing builds. And I know this personally from maintaining the Flag Community Builds document. When we went from 65 to 72, I was sitting there updating all of the builds, and I had to collapse several builds into each other because they had the same skill tree. Because we got 7 more skill points, and then there were no longer differences in playstyle, in gear. It just kind of reduced the number of builds. So hopefully we stay away from that this time. Oh, weapon got 3 volatile and 7 chaotic versions of the Crossblade, looking for gyres. But the Crossblade slaps, Holo. It's so good. Hey, Neverfind, how you doing? they add more levels, I hope they'll expand skill trees instead of being able to triple class. That would be better than triple classing, yeah, one a punch. I agree with that. Hopefully they don't do it, but if given the choice between 3 classes and just, like, maybe adding another column on a skill tree, that'd be good. Like, not another row, another column. So instead of, like, something below the capstone, like something next to each of these. What's the sigil underneath the character? That's the Clawbringer's Dragon Aura, Sean. It's that. Build diversity as it stands right now is the best it's ever been in the franchise. Yeah, Benz, I agree. Or Bonds, excuse me. Can't read. Morning Brain. I just want my gyres, all my friends with this Crossblades. You just become a Crossblade gamer. You think Gearbox increases level cap to make people keep playing the game or keeping him fresh? Probably both, realistically. But, like, I still don't want it to happen to this game. It's just my personal preference. We're just getting her in position to sawmill, honestly.
What shall I meet death up with next?
I need a fire sawmill. Also, I need mag size, because I shoot this thing for like 0.2 seconds. Yeah, I need mag size. But when it hits... Switch back to Crossblade so I have some ammo for the raid boss. But if they had a line in between the skill trees for each different class combinations, probably a lot to do with all the classes would be cool for combo skills. It'd certainly be cool in concept, Striker, but that sounds like a lot of development. If I'm being realistic. I personally doubt the likelihood of that. It's got volatile animo. Let's go, UV. That's a find. Congrats. Love the boss fights in this game. Me too, Johnny. Me too. Like the idea of more hero points and chaos levels. I agree with what you're saying about skill points. I've been saying the same thing myself. Yeah, they could always just give us hero points. And that's something that we've not had before, and it's something that they've messed around with in an interesting way. Like, you get, for max level, you got 3 skill points and 3 hero points. For getting your multi-class, you got an extra skill point and an extra hero point. So they can, like, disconnect skill points and hero points from leveling. So, like, they could just do that. You know, like they made 10 to 12 skills moving around depending on what classes you combine. Yeah, I know what you mean, Striker. I know what you mean. It does sound like a lot of development. Okay, so we're gonna save our sawmill ammo best we can. What do I shoot the other phases with? Do I just use a crossblade? I have an imp I haven't enchanted yet. I have an anima as well. I had the wrong sawmill equipped. I guess let's just use the crossblade. This amount of fire rate on the crossblade is so fucking satisfying. Like, I was not expecting to love it this much. I already love the crossblade, but I'd never done Burr crossblade. Yeah, insta-pop that? Feels good. The damage. Sawmill totally memes this boss. It's hilarious. Okay, you're go right into that again. Love this raid boss fight. Me too, Urban Mech. We know if he's farming his own gear. Should I keep Quagmire when I get more crossblades? I'm always open to crossblade donations. But for the most part, I'm farming my own stuff. I am accepting donations, though. Hey, Black Panther, how you doing? Hey, Rapid Fire. I slept and waked up to a quad stream. Hope all is well with you in chat. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Imp on Spell Shot feels good in general. Yeah, because the reload speed? This Liuta, this game, it kind of feels that way. It kind of feels that way. Like, it's functionally very different, but in terms of it's Stoker slash Vladoff, it's multi-pellet, you reload it super often, and it's got really high DPS. In terms of that, then yeah, it's the Liuta of this game. Hey, Mr. Adblock. I really enjoy the quad bow. I've been using the quad bow on my melee setup because it applies crossbolts very quickly, so you can stack up a pretty big melee bonus. That's my current use of a quad bow. Heard a rumor of corrupted plate mills causing double blast gas triggers. You know if that's true? If so, how exact does that work? That's the first I've heard of it, Daniel. But if that was a thing, then what that would be is the bonus element counting as another base instance with damage source spell, but normally bonus elements, even with damage source spell, don't trigger effects like that. So I think it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. Let's hit the Sniper Bunny. More sawmills. Quad blow plus Echo Pincushion. That's the first thing I tried, Bonds. Unfortunately, the Pincushion is just kind of bad. Like, I tried Echo Pincushion versus Echo Twin Soul, Echo Banshee, and Echo... What was the other one? Twin Soul, Banshee, and I don't remember the other weapon I tried. But basically, Pincushion, even with the crossbolt spam, was the worst performing out of everything I tried. And that made me sad. Might have been a frying pan, yeah. Might have been a frying pan. Envy. I'm addicted to this game. Me too. Me too. Guess I'll box one, pray for buffs. Yeah, hopefully individual in that case. Because I kind of don't want a situation like with sniper rifles where you guys see how hard the sawmill slapped. Volatile Carouser? Let's fucking go. This is another perfect example. So, the Carouser already slapped hard, and because the entirety of the sniper rifle weapon class was buffed, this one got buffed too. 2,300 damage on a Volatile Carouser. It didn't need the buff. So, I hope individual rather than categorical. I've been adapting to the awe change, leaning more into... Excuse me. Leaning more into, actually hitting crit spots, which changes my weapon selection. So it just kind of changes my choice of weapon in awe-based setups. Compare lovely with that ring? Yeah. Yeah. Yup. Morning, Swag. How you doing? Yo, Cheese. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How you doing? How'd the rest of the stream go? And my alerts aren't super delayed today. That's pretty nice. And thank you for the 21 months, Cheese. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anyone here who doesn't know Cheese?
She's on fire.
I'll wait for that. I'll wait for that to play out.
Quag, sir.
That was him talking in my alert. But Cheese is just a great friend to the community and to me. He's one of the reasons I started streaming, and he's been a Borderlands creator for like forever. Who plays lots of other games. Way more talented gamer than I am. So like, follow him and shit, please and thank you. And thank you for the 21 months, Cheese. I appreciate it. Morning, Severus. How you doing? Fireboy, good to see you. Lupin, Newbie, Fat Cat Gaming. But yeah, we just got a Volatile Carouser, and what this gun does is, it does a lot of damage. Also, it messes with enemy aggro. Like, you shoot an enemy, and then other enemies will be like, wait, you're not my friend. It's very brief, but it is noticeable. So, it just not only kills everything, but it also takes heat off of you. Just good. Good, good.
This is to Kevin and Jake. Your ears are looking very pointy today. Your fur? Perfect. Your meow sound velvety and lush. Your paws are pristine and fluffy. Your tails? Even fluffier. Keep up the amazing work, you two.
I don't know how to respond to that. But thank you to Kevin and Jake for the $10. I appreciate it. I will give that to Kevin and Jake. The funny story, Kevin has stolen money from me before. Like, I had a couple singles on my desk, and he was just like, hey, what's this? And he just takes it and runs off. Like, okay. Supposed to respond with a flirty meow. I have cat ears. I could.
Quite the collection.
Singles? I mean, I am. Just, I had single bills. But I have some money. What's he gonna do with it? Chaotic Carouser? No, we don't want chaotic. We got volatile. We're next level gamers. The KO-Con, it's a weird gun. I don't know why this can't be enchanted. So basically, it's a 5 ammo per shot, 5 projectile sniper that has really bad damage. That also shoots at a pattern you can't control at all. I don't understand the purpose of this gun. It's just not good. Like, this is probably what people used, and they're like, oh, snipers need a buff. No, this gun needs a buff. Needs it for catnip? That makes sense. But they used the base of the antique great bow for it, so that got no enchant. That makes a lot of sense. Cryo quad bow, quag bow. Are we calling it the quag bow now? The spore fuse to drop out of the money. Let's go, Viper. So this really does make me want to do Carouser stuff. Just the sniper build. It never stops moving forward. Never stops killing. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it. Is Volatile only drop in Chaos 20? Yes, Ricky, yes. Be a shame if this bricked. It'd be a crying shame if this thing just never got a useful enchant. Be really sad if this thing just Game heard you were playing a sniper build, decided to help out, and then brick my item. Yeah. Man, interested in trying the Trickster's Ice Spike in these trying times, less need to aim. I need to get a good one. I need to get a good one. Took me 75 enchants to get Frost ASA. Pain. Suffering. Okay, Attic one if you want it. It's hard to transfer items right now, so not at the moment, but if I don't get one by the time stream's over, yeah, absolutely. Cries and console, all the brick Legos never had a chance. Yep, it is not a great system. Copy pasta, my choice. If you just do copy pasta, then I pick one from a supply I have. You can submit one for me to add to said supply. But yeah, I choose. Yo, like, imagine if I got a useful enchant on this thing. There we go, spellcast fire damage. Good enough. Good enough. We take those. We'll take that. Switch that to over there. Nope, don't need that. Spellcast gun damage. Yeah. Yeah. Can I go with a different... I could go with Smart Armor, and then just aim for Crit's forehead. And then I lose the spell shot power. Now we'll stick with this. Let's do some carousing.
Are you prepared?
I don't know if the force spam ones or the single fire ones are better. I think force spam ones are best for spell shot, personally. It depends. Saves coming in chance that easy quick. Is there a guide on it? Same method as Borderlands 3.
What an epic belly rub you shall have.
99k off the bat. That's promising. Do I have... Okay, I do have an apple. Good, good, good. Still on the fence behind this game? I really enjoy it, J-Rock. I really enjoy it. If you want to wait and see how the first DLC shakes out, that's only a week from yesterday? Or a week from the day before? It's next week. The DLC is, like, this coming week. So if you want to wait and see how that goes, for a good indicator, that's an option. But if you do happen to want to take the plunge and purchase the game, doing !Wonderlands will give you my affiliate link. And I do get compensation when you use said link. But if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that is the one with the Season Pass included, and you do so through a link, then you get the Knights of Butt Stallion Cosmetic Pack, which is pretty cool. Thursday or Friday? Yeah. Hey, loading. How's a weak-ass Clawbringer playing out? Unplayable, right? No. So, here's the thing with the Clawbringer discourse. I don't disagree with a lot of the stuff that's out there. Did Clawbringer need to be toned back? No, not at all. Was Awe extremely powerful? Yes, but not problematically so. Like, if we're looking at toning back problematic class-defining skills, then why are Magic Bullets and Wrath of Nature still here? So, like, I don't necessarily think the Awe thing was well-timed. Sure, at some point, it made sense to correct that if it was unintended. Absolutely. I don't like the timing, personally. Clawbringer is still... The thing with Awe is it wasn't increasing the damage ceiling. Because the crit damage part is still unchanged. You still hit the same potential damage. It's just the chance being changed to post-add changed damage consistency. So all it did was hurt quality of life for certain playstyles. That's all it did. It did not cause Clawbringer to do less damage. It just hurt quality of life. And to me, that doesn't Like, I don't like that kind of change. So, the class is not unplayable, but the skill tree has some problems that have just been exposed further by that particular change.
Hope that works out for you.
You are the Fate Maker. Do you happen to remember the skills that don't translate on damage increases to barrage? Just magic bullets, Holo. Just magic bullets. That is the only one. The one grave skill, the perma stacks. Yeah, that one is a bug. A harvest stacking is a bug. And I'm being patient on bug fixes and stuff, because a lot of that's likely going to be patch dependent, which we can likely hope for a patch this coming week. This DLC, it would make sense if that was a patch requiring thing. So hopefully. Got inspired by our Sabomancer Berserker build, made one that looks like Sonic and stacks all the move speed. Let's go. I was messing with Stabo Zerk last night. I'm working on a Dreadwind setup, and it's going well so far. I just want it to be unique, so I'm playtesting it a lot before I kind of put it out there. Pincushion, you make me sad.
Piss off to the hereafter.
We get a patch for DLC to be added. Yeah, that's my instinct as well. What are you gonna do with my companion build till all inconsistencies are ironed out? Yeah, Bonds. It's very hard to play, for example, a Spore Warden Graveborn combo right now, because there's like 4 different ways you can accidentally be increasing your damage with bugs, and I don't like that, so I don't play that multi-class combination because of that. Wrath is pretty insane. If you get lucky, get +3 into it. Oh, damage? Yeah. Wrath of Nature is just a really strong skill. Same tier as Awe, though. Has always had a more profound impact on damage than Awe, but because it was intended to be so, it's still intact. There's such a thing as happy accidents, and it's a shame that that wasn't recognized. That was a 300k shot. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Are we being boosted much? No. No, we don't have any butt styling boosts. That was just our actual damage. Carouse or slaps? Graveborn Spore Warden bugged, really? Yeah, Fat Cat. There's several hard-to-avoid things that you could be doing unintentionally to increase your damage. For example, are you spectant to Harvest? If you're spectant to Harvest, and it is ever active when you take a portal to another room, you are infinitely stacking your Harvest bonus. So you are increasing your damage. Through a bug. Another way, every time you do another run, you get another copy of your Mushroom Companion stuck up in the skybox. That counts towards Faithful Thralls, so every time you do another run without save quitting, you are increasing your damage. That's a couple of the big ones. The enemies fighting each other because of the Carouser. That's dumb. Unfortunate bugs. Unfortunate bugs. Hopefully those will get ironed out soon. Hey Gwen, how you doing? Mushroom Buddies partying in the sky. It's honestly hilarious. You can see it on any Spore Warden, so like just do 2 Chaos Chamber runs back to back. And then the second one, look at the sky. You see how it says Wyvern Companion here? It'll say Mushroom Companion, but just like in a random place in the sky. And this can stack up multiple times. It's kind of funny, but as soon as you're a Graveborn and you have points in the Faithful Thralls skill, then it's affecting you. So I once had 7 stacks of Faithful Thralls and only 2 companions. That would be it. I've also had Dark Hydras persist in a weird way, where I once had 22 Dark Hydras out at once. I've not been able to replicate that one, but that's another reason that I'm just like, maybe I don't play this kind of build for a while. Especially because Dark Hydra is hard capped to the point where you're not supposed to get more than 3 ever. I don't know how it happened, but... I also don't like how you need that one companion spreadsheet to understand what counts for thralls and what scales up what. There's some inconsistencies. Yeah, can't argue with that. Not even running an amp shield, amp ward on this setup. Like, if I was running an amp ward to boost this, Lead Body Rune rolled with amp. Cowards. I'm kidding, don't do that, please. He just jumped in. That was so sad. That Mimic just... Fast mods can boost Dark Hydras. Yes, Fat Cat, but boosting Dark Hydras does not actually increase the number of Hydras you get. It'll visually increase on the card, but you do not actually have a higher cap of Hydras. Which is why I said it's hard capped. Don't know why it works that way, but it does. Carousel Spore Ricochet seems interesting. Yeah. I can confirm through a friend that it peaks very high, damage-wise. I'd love for Liquid Coin to be buffed. 400, 500 damage instead with all its buffs for future content. If you're able to become useless in the future, that's a shame. It's fun to use. Not that it's useless now, but new guns and buffed guns make it obsolete almost definitely. The thing with Liquid Cooling is it still provides damage in a way that other things don't. Liquid Cooling, as long as you are able to crit, will never stop shooting unless you don't have bullets. So that's really important for certain mechanics. For example, the Blue Raid boss. Liquid Cooling is still one of the best weapons there, because when you knock it down, you have a very limited time window of being able to do that damage. So, like, why not use the gun that has a favorable element matchup, because Blue Boss is a bone target, Cryo versus Bone. But you also don't have to stop shooting, and it's only a crit spot. Like, it's perfect there. Liquid Cooling's still great for that, and it's still higher DPS than a lot of options in mobbing. Remember, card DPS is not indicative of effective DPS in many scenarios. We have examples throughout the franchise of that. Example, the White Rider, even before it's buff, like, the card damage on the White Rider is pretty abysmal, but that doesn't really tell us how it delivers its damage. If you play Borderlands 3, the Cutsman has always had low card damage, but been very high DPS because of how it behaves. Is my projectile just not landing? Like, what's going on there?
Who wants to make that mistake again? You won't be needing that.
It's doing okay. A little awkward. So, we Sawmill. Yeah, we Sawmill. This is a Sawmill household.
See what happens?
I need a fire one. I need a fire Sawmill bad. Air damage buff count if you switch weapons. I believe so, Striker? I believe so. Really enjoying the Circuitous Gyre myself, unloading repeated casts, triple Ice Spike with one hand and the Gyre with the other feels really good. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Still able to nearly one-phase the blue boss with the liquid cooling post-nerf, just because you don't have to reload. Right. The damage application matters a lot. Now, once again, I'll go back to my original point of, did it necessarily need to go down that much? No, but that just happens to be how it was done. The idea of a liquid cooling toned down is a good one, and what they functionally did was, it wasn't actually a nerf, by the way, it was, they literally had a thing set incorrectly. Like a different attribute. So the same thing happened with a weapon in Borderlands 3's life cycle. It was an actual bug fix that just happened to lower the damage a lot. Would I be open to having some of the damage restored? Sure, but is it necessary? No. Something to keep in mind. Can't seem to beat Vorkanar for Cast 4. Any advice? Get a bossing weapon that's really good for Vorkanar. I recommend if you can get a Sawmill, especially in Poison Element, very good. You could use a Masterwork Handbow. Yes, even post-nerf, Masterwork Handbow is still great. Of course, Liquid Cooling is great for hitting crit spots, although with the damage being lowered, you might run out of ammo doing that against that boss. Gluttony would work out great. Ferior Chucks of any kind work out great against Vorkanar.
Icy dick! Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Sawmill, my beloved. Tori AR Stickies, do you really want a stationary target? Yes, Tori Stickies, great bossing recommendation. Sawmill bullies this boss so hard, it's crazy. Trying to ping you. Get pinged already. Fuck. There we go. I just finished the game. I'm glad you did. What'd you think of it? I sometimes forget this game even had a story, because it was great, but like, I live in the Chaos Chamber. Hey Jaybridge, how you doing? Got a Chaotic Mage Staff from Skeleton with Fighting Nightmare? Ooh. I do want to build around the Mage Staff a little bit. Just got a Blast Chill bonus from Butt Stallion. Very strong. Story too short? I don't know about that one, Edo Tony, because people said Borderlands 3 story was too long. So, like... I thought it was a good length. I enjoyed it. It didn't drag on. It was enjoyable. The worst possible roll of blank slate. Love it.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Perfect length, especially for replayability. I agree, Charlie. I agree. Is this the Quaking Thunder Addict support group? You're among friends here, J-Bridge. You're among friends. Got a Chaotic Poison auto magic a few days before they buffed it and liked it even back then. Felt like a light show, but less busted. Yeah, I enjoyed the auto magic pre-buff from what I used of it. I hadn't used it that much, but I enjoyed it. And then it got a big buff. What does Blank Slate do? It depends on what you roll on it. So you can get different red text effects on it that do different things. I just happened to get one that didn't roll any extra text effects. But you can get, you get all damage, you get max ward, you can get ability level, which gives you ability, crit chance, and damage. You can do a bunch of different things. I just happen to get the one that does literally nothing except the XP boost. Drill Fury is good. The reason I'm not picking them up is because I have a volatile one, but this is actually a really good gun. I like it a lot. It's great for mobbing. Another Kaokon, no thank you. Sawmill. This non-LE Sawmill has higher base damage than this one. Just it wouldn't get the multipliers. It's like I have Dragon Aura and stuff, so that's still not worth using, but it's trying. Not a level up to Chaos. It's an enjoyable progress. Yeah. Really thought BL3 story was too long. It was awesome for €60. Wonderland's half the story and it costs the same. So are you aware, Edo Tony, that there's things other than story in the game? It's gonna blow your mind. Ready? The thing that I am doing right now in front of you. Chaos Chamber. It's a non-story activity. Unlocks after you beat the story. Boom. What if I told you every single Lands game has had activities to do other than story, and there are other reasons people get the game? What if I told you there's side quests, optional story areas, of which Wonderlands has 4 full areas, completely optional, game never forces you to go there, that just have better quest design than anything else they've ever done? Yeah, Fatbush Wookiee's got it. Love the name, by the way. With this important too, girth. Yeah, you're talking about the length of the game, but what about the girth of the game? You guys think this is a girthy game? I think it's a girthy game. What have I stumbled into here? Talking about the girth of the game, Reactor. This game has much girth. See, Control gets it. Cannot ignore Tina's girth. I don't think she would let you. After I beat the game, I was quite happy to find Garrett. Yeah, that was a fantastic quest. I really enjoyed that one. Thank you, Kyler. Anyone curious about the blank slate stuff? That's a write-up in the chat for you. Do we have a command for that, Kyler? Like, ! slate, maybe? Just in case people are curious. I don't know if dot builds are actually strong, scaled well, unlike previous Borderlands or the memes stuff from our build videos. The dot builds can actually be very strong, Bonds, and there's a few ways people are doing dot stuff. You guys probably saw Moxie do a dot melee thing. There's lots of variations of that out there, but dot melee is extremely strong. Stone Swan has been doing some dot gun stuff, which is also very powerful. I haven't seen any dot spell stuff yet, but I'm optimistic. Cube has a very high base. It's just getting the right multipliers for it will be awkward. But dot melee and dot gun stuff, very strong. Does status effect damage affect Cryo? Yes. Yes, Cryo has a dot this time around, Sean, on top of the freezing thing.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
So this is my my Spore Warden spell shot. It throws lightning bolts and does an amount of damage. But I'm also using a spell that I've discovered that I really enjoy. And I want more of that spell type. You can see it's really useful for crowd control on a very reasonable cooldown. Bird Claw could work? It could, yeah. I personally say if you're maximizing dots, you're most likely looking at Stabbo and then another class. Probably Stabbo Claw for my taste. If you're doing gun dots, you're likely looking at either Stabbo Spell Shot or, you know, Stabbo Claw Spell Shot, some combination of those three. Because for gun dots specifically, gun dots do not get boosted by gun damage. They do get boosted by bullet damage, though, and the only bullet damage skill left in the game is magic bullets on the spell shot.
Classic hero bait.
So that's a case for gun dot builds. Saddle plus Grave with all the dark magic sounds fun. Yeah, this is the spell I was talking about. It's a colliding eruption. So it's got a knockback when you hit enemies. It's self-cast, 2 charges, 18-second cooldown. I don't care much about the damage here, although it does leave a powerful enough dot. What I can do is I can just knock down enemies and then line up a bow shot to set up my damage very effectively. Let's find a skeleton for me to knock over. Beautiful. Come here, sir. He went flying. That lets me line up. So I want more of these, and just more elements, different part combinations. I just want more. Any good spells here, Crackman, for Grave Spell Shot? There's lots of choices there. You've got Ice Spikes of all flavors, so are going to be great there. Odin's Chosen. Arc Torrents, a lot of people like. Concentrated Magic Barrages, you want the, there's a lot of flavors of those that are good now, post-buff. Glacial Cascade is a very spammable spell that does good damage at short range. Arcane Bolt is incredible. The spammiest spell in the entire game. Good damage. It does everything well. You got lots of choices. Twisters are quite fun. Big fan of Twister. Good damage. Good crowd control. Calamity because big rock. Yep, rock. Try this, doesn't feel too powerful. The Stabbo Grave with all dark magic. Yeah, you've got to you got to make some concessions. Stabomancer has the strongest direct dot delivery in the game with Alchemical Agent, the one that a melee crit applies a dot for a percentage of the melee hit. So basically, you're boosting your melee to boost your dots in that instance. So you would apply a strong dark magic dot from that by using a dark magic element melee. You can use the spell to knock Cyclops out of the sky, which is probably my favorite use of it. Your Chuck just ricochet? Yes. I'm using a Chain Lightning module. Ouchies. No, stop reviving me when I'm already up. I hate when the mushroom does that, because it takes away my health gate. And annoyingly, those bugs can kind of double up. If you happen to have the accidental 180 bug from using photo mode, and then the mushroom companion gives you a death save while you're already up, then it'll just take away your health and spin you around. Mushroom literally spinning that head right round when you go down. toxic. Playing with Grave Zerk, Reaper Bones build. So Reaper Bones does nothing to help dots at all. Is a big thing with that Vens. Reaper Bones gives you an additional dark magic bonus element on every main source of damage you do. It's like if you shoot an enemy in the face, you'll also get a dark magic number when you have Reaper on. But it doesn't increase your dots. Looking for guns that do spell damage, just leveled up a Spell Shot Pixie build, exploring my options. Queen's Cry is a gun that scales with spell bonuses. You can try that one out. I'm also told the Thunder Anima assault rifle, the ricochet scale with spell, according to what I've heard. I've not used that gun much myself. Furrier Chuck scaling with diverse damage types make them feel as unique as I always wanted them to be. I think some of them might get a little too much formula, but yeah, it certainly feels unique. Do the normal shots of Queen's Cry scale with spells or just the meteors? I believe it's all of it, if I remember correctly. Thank you for the confirmation, Susie. I also like this spell because it can very easily hit the skeep.
Tell them I'm coming. Simple geometry.
Forest Lane Graveclaw was good with the change on Awe, now it's poop. Aim for crit spots better. So, the thing with the Awe change is it didn't lower your damage. Aw's damage ceiling was not touched. It lowered your consistency of damage. And if you're playing a gun build, you have one very good way to bypass that consistency issue. Shoot crit spots. Guns have a way around that. Now, if you're playing dots, dots, melee, spells, you know, those setups did get a bigger hit because you don't have a guaranteed way to bypass. Big issue is the game calls them pixies. If you look at them, they're just hydras but flying. They miss a real good chance to call them flydras. It's an excellent point. Ow. I don't know why I'm even doing the bonus on this one. I never do this one. Ugh, aiming, right? We're such a troll. Sacred Ground Encounter. What did I just say? Sacred Ground Encounter. Ugh, with the Sacred Ground blocked by a trap. Yeah. Someone was having a bad day when they designed that. So someone was not happy. I like eluding this room because the mimics just jump in the Kool-Aid and die anyway. So it doesn't actually take much longer to clear. What spell you're using? I'm using a Colliding Eruption with Got knockback, 2 charges, short cooldown. Is lovely. Self-cast. Fast animation. Love this spell. Morning, BFG. How you doing? Universal Soldier with Stab 1 Torg? Yep, there are people doing that. How's the damage of it feel? Not exceptional, but I'm not really too invested into spell stuff. Like, I'm using a spell damage ring just to get more into magic bullets, but I don't have, like, much for spell bonuses. It's got a very high dot value, because I got a status damage part on it. So that's nice. But it feels okay. You ever get a domino effect with nasty spell? Yes. Yes.
Thanks for the reload! Oh, a little warning next time would be nice. Let's make this interesting. No holding back. That's more like it.
There we go. Is this a dungeon crawler? This particular game mode, yeah. Chaos Chamber is a multi-room dungeon thing. So it's still a classic looter-shooter type thing, like Borderlands games. However, the endgame is kind of given this dungeon crawler flavor to it. I like it a lot. Torg launchers any good? Got a decent rolled one, didn't get a chance to mess with it. Yeah, Torg launchers are great. Just sticky mode, you know, same logic as BL3. They hit real hard. Sick, thanks, you're very welcome. Chaos Chamber's great fun. I have so many hours in here already. Exaltic, yeah. Morning, AR, how you doing? You enjoying Wonderlands? Absolutely. I have, let's see how many hours played on this game, because I can't stop, won't stop. 13 days, 14 hours. Now that'll be as of the start of the stream, so add another hour onto that. Yeah. Think we'll get a level cap increase in the DLC drops? Probably not, and I certainly hope we never get a level cap increase, the real slow bros. Level cap would not be good. All it would do is decrease build diversity. It would increase player power, which would make the game easier. And it doesn't need to be easier. And it would just, it would make builds kind of redundant. I wouldn't like that. We've seen the effect of excessive level cap increases with Borderlands games. And since Wonderlands is a different game, they don't need to make the same mistake. Bye, Bunny.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Recently got to level 40, been grinding, trying to get the chaos levels up, takes so long. I like that there's some progression to it, because that encourages you learning your character, you know? A thing that happened in Borderlands 3 is people jumping straight to max mayhem and not knowing how their character worked, and then saying, game hard. Game wasn't hard. Morning, Justice. How you doing today? As long as we don't exceed 47, I'm fine, because 2 capstones would be really bad for the game. Yeah, 2 capstones would be... Because, think about this. Play the angles, sever the thread. You don't need this to be any more consistent than it is. But you also have other things like, having Graveborn capstone and Berserker capstone together. Graveborn capstone makes your spellcast trigger your kill skills, right? Berserker capstone is a kill skill. So Graveborn Berserker would have no cooldowns on anything, ever. doesn't exactly seem balanced.
There, little sprout.
For the first 3 weeks, you did not need to know your character. Yeah. Stab Burke Halfstone from the shadows. Yeah, like, why? Morning, Chester. How you doing? Max Mayhem felt pretty forced, considering how significant the buffs each Mayhem level made on stats. Like that it's now increased chance you can find the right balance for your equipment. Right, you didn't need to climb the Mayhem levels because all it did was make numbers everywhere go up. And you didn't need the higher numbers on gear if you didn't go to the higher levels. But it created a situation where if you did want to progress to the higher levels in Mayhem, gear you got on Mayhem 2 would be completely worthless to you in most instances on Mayhem 8. But it's not like that with the Chaos system. A drop you get on Chaos 1, if it dropped as Chaotic, great. That's a long-term item. That'll be good on Chaos 20. So this is just a more sound system, in my opinion. Doing well, mate, thanks. Hope you are well, too. I'm doing okay. You know, could be better, could be worse. Can't complain too much. Just not a terrible place to be in. Just keep an eye on some things, you know how it is. If they increase the points, but make it so you can't capstone more than one tree, so you can just spec more, but not capstone. It's less problematic in that way, Justice, but it still creates a problem of, okay, there's less decision-making in your skill choices, which means less distinct playstyles, which means less thought involved in character building, and, you know, this game being built in a D&D-like system, where character building is a huge part of that game, it would kind of feel weird. Don't really want a level cap increase. I won't complain too much if they do it, though, as long as they don't allow enough points for 2 capstones. Right, it's... double capstone would be catastrophic. Anything less than that is annoying, but not the end of the world. What you? Antique Great Bow. I'll take that. Great Bow meme one-shots. I feel like one day it's just gonna become a thing where everyone's doing Great Bow memes. Just saving them up. Morning, Harry. How you doing? How's the game treating you? It's treating me pretty well. It's treating me pretty well. We got a nice Carouser on our other save. We got a Volatile Carouser, first one I've gotten, and I love that gun. So that worked out pretty well. Currently, we're trying to get more Sawmills for various builds. The bunnies aren't being too kind in giving us Sawmills, but still get to play this build. We're looking out for Sawmills and cool spells to try. That's the goal today. Is Great Bow even worth using after it's used? It can still do an amount of damage. But it's a joke item. It's like, hey, you get one shot, make it count. I like that the Great Bow works in the way it does. It's like intentionally hey, be careful. Generally think that the level cap increases have done more harm than good for all the Borderlands games. I agree 100%, Blue Techno Mushroom. I agree 100%. 2 skill trees and 44 skill points, what we have now is totally enough. Right, that's a big thing to mention, Docman. We only have 2 trees instead of 3 or 4. Borderlands 3, we had 3 to 4 skill trees, depending on how much DLC you had, and you had 70 points spread across those trees. You could see the damage of the skill point thing even more in BL3. If you take away that 4th tree, you still have 70 points. It's still only 26 points to a capstone. So it's like you cap your 2 trees and you're in spitting distance of a 3rd cap in that case. That was just... there was no variety in those builds anymore. I don't know if you used it or not. You should try the Circuitous Gyre. It's hitting like a truck for me. I'll have to try it out, Hamburglar. I've had a lot of people recommending it. I've not gotten a good enough one for me to, like, really... I don't want to pick up the worst version of an item, shoot it, be unimpressed, and be like, okay, item bad, as a lot of people do in a lot of scenarios. I want to give the item a fair shake, you know? But I've heard enough good things that I'm interested. Sawmill looked like a fun gun, so it's nice Sniper's got a bit of a buff. The thing about the Sawmill here is it did not need the buff at all. Sawmill and Carouser were already tippity top tier weapons. They just weren't getting use. Now the buffs helped them, but did they need the buffs? No. Sawmill is like the bossing gun now, chat. It's the bossing gun. Like, this is an okay sawmill I have. That's not a sawmill. 742 times 4. You can have this in times 2, times 3, or times 4, but it's insanely good. Like Envy, I've not used the Envy much, but I've heard good things. Well, I got this I want to mess around with. A volatile masher, or sorry, Sootkoff. Sootkoff. Crossbow generator. So I've been told this thing's a lot better in times 4 than it is in times 1. I happen to get these, like, the same day. So we can compare at some point. Sawmill looks weird today. Just a bit. What's the deal with Sawmill bouncing? It bounces. So cough these nuts. Damn. CZ got me, chat. I've been had.
Choose, Fate Maker.
You get Crossbolt Masher? Yeah. Feel less special when no matter how you build your character, you're doing the same thing. Right, Pico. Right. How you doing, by the way?
Simple geometry. Down the road.
Loot skeleton. I wish random loot enemies wouldn't pop up in featured runs. Like, the guaranteed ones, like the mimic rooms, sure. I wish the random ones wouldn't, because it kind of ruins speedruns if you're not a melee build. You just don't have a counter, and they just eat a spawn for the entire time. Other than that, though, I love featured runs. Morning, Dax. How you doing? To the moon! Knockback physics in these games are so fun. Ah yes, the build.
It's your funeral.
At least you're some use.
Can't stand the design behind loot enemies at all. Struggle to understand the design choice of making loot enemies entirely inaccessible for most builds. I don't quite understand that decision either. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'd love to get some dev insight on that one. Like, it's amusing at low levels. It's like, oh, I have to melee this now. But then you get to Chaos 20 and you're in a non-melee build, and it's like, oh, I just can't kill this at all.
I'm supposed to be feeding you.
Like, it's an enemy you just cannot kill. Sword Explosion work on loot enemies? It does not deal melee damage, Doug, so I don't believe it would. How's it going? What are we up to today? Utility spells? Yeah, like this one right here, Dex. This Colliding Eruption. It is a very reliable, almost spammable knockback around me in an AoE. And that's really useful for putting enemies in a position where I can capitalize. Doesn't affect the flying enemies, but it still applies a dot to them. Need a skeleton to spawn in so I can demonstrate this. There we go. Knock him down, debuff him with Wrath of Nature, chuck him. It's a fun little gameplay loop. You can also knock Cyclops out of the sky with these. They just fall to the ground. It's amazing. Are you in the wall again? I feel like that enemy's in the wall again. 2Drs always be fun. I prefer the direct damaging ones. The companion ones are just a little, let's say, overtuned for my taste. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to kill your friend through the wall. There you are. Yeah, Crossblade shoots through walls, so if an enemy's ever stuck in a wall, Crossblade supremacy.
I never get tired of that.
Finished my first Winter Chaos. Ooh, what'd you think? What'd you think, Deep Zombie? Took a Paradigm Sorcerer through an all-elite, all-bosses Chaos run, man spell weaving stun, because didn't extend run at some point. Spell weaving is very, very strong.
Let's make this interesting.
It's interesting, with the current slate of armors available,
You won't be needing that.
in terms of ones you directly want for their effects, there's not a lot of use case for ones outside of Paradigm and Amalgam. There's some use cases, like I really enjoy Selective Amnesia. It's got some flavor to it. And claw armors can be impactful on your damage. But like ultimately Paradigm is just kind of on a different tier, only matched by Amalgam, and the only reason Amalgam matches is because passives as Chaos caps go up. I hope we get some interesting armor effects in DLC or post-launch updates in general. Spell knock the Cyclops down. That's so nice.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Fulminate!
Big issue with armor is class combo stuff is very half-baked, like Grave Spell and Spell Grave have almost actually no useful key skills they can roll in armor. Let's see about that. Let's see about that. Alright, Grave Spell is Essence Drain, Ascension, Warcaster. So, a combination of Graveborn and Spell Shot with Warcaster, you can use Graveborn Capstone to trigger Warcaster without killing anything. So you can just cast a spell to refill your mag without reloading. That's really powerful, especially if you're using a gun with a long reload time. And spellcasting is one-handed, so you could just hold down the trigger on, say, a Sawmill, and then just Warcaster to dump all of your ammo without reloading. That's powerful. So, Ascension is also a very large HP boost and a very large spell damage boost. HP is directly converted by Deathless, so that can be tanked with that. It's also just buffer. It's also extra damage in your Dire Sacrifice if you're using that. Spell damage is spell damage. Essence Drain is kind of the least impactful thing there, but it's a thing you could use. Looking at Spell Grave. Spell Sniper, Font of Mana, Stand of the Soul. Now that's a little less desirable. Spell Primary, Grave Secondary. Yeah, that one is probably an underwhelming armor combo in terms of available skills. But Stand of the Soul is still nice if you're using a spell that is locked to an element that's not favorable, but you want that delivery method dealing something else. Bonus elements are always nice for that. Like, let's say you wanted to use Glacial Cascade against something that resisted Frost. Well, Stand of the Soul will help get around the issue a little bit. Only get 2 out of 5 in Warcaster, though, with Grave Cap. You can get it from armor, though. Bonds is the thing. We're talking about armor combinations. You do not need to be invested into a skill to benefit from it on armor, as long as you are the appropriate class. So you can get a Warcaster roll on your armor and have Grave Cap. Too bad the reload triggers don't lower heat. That is a little unfortunate, Striker, yeah. What's my myth rank? Let's see. What is my myth rank? I don't even know. 364. I'm personally capping myself at whatever total I'll end up with everything maxed and only 20 in each of the uncapped. So I currently have 1 in spell damage, 1 in melee damage, 3 in gun damage, and 5 in ability damage. I'm not going beyond 20 in any of those. So whatever that total ends up being is going to be my personal limit. Hey, this is an eruption that leaves a splat. What does that look like? My experience with the splats has not been good. Like, they don't deal a lot of damage. That's a repeating one. That's interesting. Let's go back to the knockback.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Ascension's good if you can get it with Grave Cap. Well, using Spell Cap doesn't feel great. I don't know, I just wish I'd get 1 slot 1 kill and an armor, so go Grave Cap and still have 1 shot 1 kill. 1 slot 1 kill. 1 slot 1 kill is nice, but ultimately, remember, it is not a unique bonus. 1 slot 1 kill is just gun damage. It's not even the bullet damage that Magic Bullets is, it's just gun damage. So 4% per stack. Let's say you have 1 point high thread count, so that's 8 stacks. It's 32% gun damage, max. And that 32% is additive with, say, this 16%. Let's say this was a mood ring. Okay, that's also 32%. 1 slot 1 kill is not that impactful. It's honestly pretty mid. It's just there if you're going to the capstone, but it's mid. Goal's a pure fire build, and guns, nothing fancy, just burn everything in a fireball. Sounds fun, Samurai. There's some pretty good fire guns. Carouser is a fire gun. Rogue Imp is a fire gun. You can get a sawmill in fire. These Fury or Lightning Bolt shots that I'm doing, you can get those dealing fire as well. Like, Spell Shot, back to the 1 slot 1 kill discussion. Spell Shot's really, really strong. I'd definitely say overtuned. But it's not because of the lower skill tree stuff. That's just additional good stuff. Like, everything below high thread count, you're just like, whatever. Okay, the capstone's really good for spam, but you could just use spells that are already spammable and be fine. And then get stuff in your other tree. It's just like, high thread count is really, really good, because spell weaving is really, really good. And then glass cannon is really good. Imbued weapon is okay. Warcaster, situationally funny. But then double knot and 1 slot 1 kill are just like, oh, okay, I may as well. But it's just this stuff here. The first 4 tiers, Spell Shot is amazing. And the class feat is incredibly strong. Here, it looks incredible, I'm glad you like. Goth Cat Girl Shrek.
That's more like it.
If it's mid, they shouldn't mind putting it on armor for me. Magic bullets and high threat counts the big stuff? Yeah, for sure. Enemies dying to the spike traps over there. Cool.
Simple geometry.
This room's cursed, that fucking sacred ground. Yeah, it's definitely a cheeky decision. Also, this is where the enemy aggression thing comes in. Cyclops are like one of the more aggressive enemy types, and it's still taking them a while to get to me. Like, even their throws are just kind of... Enemies aren't great at attacking you in this game. I'll just say that. They do a lot of damage, but they just don't do anything. There's a lot of waiting. Magic Bullets might be changed, it's not providing gun damage, providing something else. Even Pistol Pixies benefit from it. Yes, Magic Bullets provides bullet damage, Galagron. We refer to these boosts as gun damage and bullet damage. Thanks, Blood Stallion. More high thread count. I have an extra point Headhunter and an extra point in high thread count. By the way, at some point, Headhunter was called Boom Headshot because the tooltip for when Blood Stallion boosts it still says Boom Headshot. Interesting tidbit. basically, there's gun damage and bullet damage, Galgron. And before a hotfix from last week, they were kind of evenly distributed across different boosts. But after that hotfix, they're all gun damage, what we refer to as gun damage, except for magic bullets. Magic bullets is a different one. That is the only remaining one that is different. Which is what makes it really, really, really impactful formula-wise. It was already good, because just the sheer amount you get with low investment. But it's also a unique multi, currently. Hey, Mr. Zealot, how you doing? Sacred Ground with zombie gunners makes you want to die, dude. Ugh, I feel you. Do we do gloop? Yeah, let's do blue. How do we have an escort on this map? I haven't bothered to do blue on this featured because I just can't be fucking bothered to, like, do that. Firebolt should have kept bullet damage. I agree with that. I agree with that, Gwen. Also, yeah, Sora, try to keep those things in mind, please. Okay, don't hit the tree. Boss are so much harder than mobbing, it's insane. Yeah, bossing is definitely, it feels different than in Lands games, where bossing was just still kind of a meme. It's partially because mechanic-based bosses, but also, mobbing is just kind of easy in this game. Like, the mobbing is legitimately easy. I don't dislike that, because sometimes it's fun to just plow through mobs, but it is easy. Sorry, no, you're fine, Sora, don't worry about it, just keep it in mind. You're all good. Having to get it over the stairs without it breaking on stairs is so annoying. Yeah, you just gotta jump randomly everywhere. I hate it. Like, they kept the base damage sponginess minimal, so it scaled well with chaos levels. Mayhem 10, 11 was just agonizingly slow. Yeah, Mayhem 10 was just, hey, what if we gave big number for no reason? And then it led to a situation where everything else had to become big numbers because the health values became big numbers. And I just didn't like that. They kept it much more reasonable with chaos, and I like that.
At least you're some use.
I need a fire one for this. This Banshee takes a bit because I'm forcing with a not good element match.
This will end you.
I could get the one cycle if I had a fire one. Am I the only one who sold their liquid cooling? Probably not the only one, Mr. Zealot, but I would not recommend selling the liquid cooling as it's still a gun with a unique purpose. It's still really good for fighting the blue boss, for example. That is a chaotic twister. I like the twister. Fun spell. Auto magic. Do you guys prefer ×4 or ×3 on your auto magics, by the way? Do we know why Spellblade gets melee and spell damage bonuses? So, what it says on the Spellblade is it tells you it gets spell instead of melee, but that's not true. The description just isn't accurate. What it does is it applies your spell damage as conditional damage boosts, which is a different damage category, to anything with a damage source of melee that you do. This applies to not just your melee swings, but applies to your Clawbringer Hammer, for example, your Ghost Blade, things of that nature will all get an additional damage boost based on your spell damage that isn't even the spell damage. It's weird. also scale Executioner's Blade? Yes. There's a few melee weapons that do scale more than just the base swing with their hilt mod effects. Goblin's Bane, Diamond Guard Sword, Spellblade are 3 I can think of at the moment. I need to test out Frostburn, see if that does it. Because that could be interesting. Goodbye, bunny. Ooh. That left a really big dot, too. So combined with Spell, the melee war paradigms, a lot of extra melee? Right. Basically need to sell any weapons community deems OP now. And the gatekeeping in this game's gotten ridiculous. Alright, what are you getting at with that, Yeet My Squeak? Because your entire thing, every time you talk in my chat, is just kind of to say something weird that barely has anything to do with what people were saying. So, what kind of shitty half-baked point are you trying to make this time, buddy? Because no one here is gatekeeping anything. So, like, what's your deal? Chat, did I miss some gatekeeping? Like, what's happening here?
Let's make this interesting. Fallen fresh.
Okay, I was a little slow there. I could definitely one cycle with this. I just gotta pay more attention. Spellblade only melee that health affects melee ability, like Storm Dragon Judgment and Dreadwind. A couple others that do a Chaotic Kingsley, the Diamond Guard Sword, the Goblin's Bane. I need to test the Frostburn, but I have a feeling that Frostburn is also in that boat.
I'm bloody back. Unleash hell.
Luke, do the correct attack. It's not the correct attack.
It begins.
Just fiddle around more with Ghostblade and Dreadwind. I've been messing around with the Dreadwind setup. It's been very enjoyable. What's a good bossing weapon to farm? My poor Clawbringer is struggling even more than it did before. The Sawmill poke is amazing. Or is Poke Hearts or Poke Hearts? I'm gonna call you Hearts for now. The Sawmill is amazing. Try the Sawmill. It is a Stoker sniper rifle. Can roll in ×2, ×3, or ×4. Extremely high DPS. Now you'll be reloading a lot. You'll be going through your ammo very quickly, but it's really good. Also, Torg Stickies. If you're going for ARs, you want the Encapsulator. If you're going for pistols, you want the Ludite. If you're going for launchers, you want the Load Buster. And if you're going for shotguns, you want the Body Rocker. So there's a good Torg Sticky bossing option in every category. Let's go for more Sawmills. Chaotic Skeet Prod. We'll take that. Haven't messed around with the Skeet Prod post buff. I feel like that might be really good with Spore Ward and Capstone to distribute the ricochets. Stoker Sniper, thank you for the target names. I have Ludite, not enough mag size to make it real good. Right, the Ludite in particular is pretty mag size dependent to get good performance. I find that the Body Rocker is less contingent on that. It stands on its own a little bit better than the Ludite does. Also, better projectile behavior. The launchers have a few hurdles, so if you're having trouble with the Ludite, you'd probably also have trouble with the launchers. But go with Encapsulators or Body Rockers if the Ludite mag size is becoming an issue for you. Need more money? Yeah. A good way of getting money is hit the launcher bunny, and then just sell everything. Also, they in the hotfix doubled the sale value of cosmetics, so those are worth selling. Running Village Idiot for this build? I do not remember if I'm Village Idiot on this one, to be honest, Cosmo. Let me check. I'm not. This is not a Village Idiot save. It would be more damage. The Village Idiot would be better, but we're fine without it. Enjoy your thorough answers. Wondering what weapons you throw that turn into lightning scale from. I like to play off throwing lightning, poison, etc. Confused by all the scaling for 2-year weapons. I'm glad you enjoy the answers. So this scales with our gun bonuses, our bullet bonuses. There's a distinction. Just know that anything that says gun damage will improve this. There's also area damage on the lightning bolt. This does not scale with spell, does not scale with melee, companion, any of that stuff. It's just gun area elemental is what we're using for this one. My Claw Spore seems so weak after the latest fixes. So the thing that's gonna affect you more than the Claw specific change there, Bob Barker, if you're doing a gun build. If you're doing non-gun, then it's different. But if you're doing a gun build, the thing that's affecting you most is the weapons stuff. Finding the correct weapons to do work is gonna help you a lot long term. So what kind of weapons are you using in your build? I recommend me running Village Idiot on my Sport Warden. Just in general, if you want to do more damage, Village Idiot is the play. A few of my characters just happen to not be Village Idiot because I just didn't pick that on them, just because I wanted to do something different. So, like, it's not mandatory. The build will still function. It's just your numbers will be bigger with Village Idiot, that's all. Don't quite understand how to boss with Body Rocker. It doesn't feel like it does much. Are you using it on sticky mode, Doug? Having sticky mode and a lot of reload speed helps a lot, because you can just do this, basically, with it. I have a Body Rocker, actually. Let me... So you can either, you know, do your 2 or 3 shots and then reload. Or if you've got a 2 mag and no mag size boosts, you can just do this and you'll always have explosions going. So it's kind of like the same concept as the liquid cooling, where you're constantly dealing damage. Absolutely just picked the one I thought I matched the character I'm building. Lean into that D&D life. I respect it, Sam. I respect it. Respect it for sure. Let's go back to the other save, and let's showcase the sawmill a little bit. I talked about it a bunch, and I think some more people are here now. So we can showcase how good the sawmill is on bossing. Using my Clawbringer, my gun Clawbringer.
That's the good stuff.
I think I might, let's try out a different multi-class this time. I want to try out Spore Ward and Capstone with Sawmill. So let's do a quick respec. I'll probably keep running this armor, right? Maybe change armors. What do I have option-wise here? Claw Stabbo, Smart Armor. Probably get away with that. All damage, fire rate. Yeah, let's try the Smart Armor out. Let's try Spore Warden. Hey Hetty. Sorry, I know if you already said it, but you said for yours don't spawn a companion, only scale off element splash gun damage? Yes. Yes. To my knowledge, that is what all of the ones that do not spawn a companion do. What do I do here? These are the 10 points you take in every Clawbringer build. Or at least the gun ones, you always take these. Now for this section, we'll take gun damage. Ability damage. Take that. I don't know if I want the mushroom taunting, because then it'll just like be alive less. Let's go with that. Okay, we can't get down to awe in this current configuration, but that's fine. We're getting some awe from our armor. Gotta go fast. So when we have this enchanted Luddite, it would be insane. Reload from the shadows, increase the duration. Yeah, getting character-specific enchants is very tough, UV, but that would be very good on that kind of setup, for sure. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I guess we take more mag size, and ammo regen. Called Shot is tempting, but just, it's so low value. If it stacked up quicker, if it was like over 3 seconds rather than 10, I feel like a lot more people would use Called Shot. Because you can't use your left hand for anything. Your action skill, your spell cast. That's the big thing with that. I guess we go Blasphemous Favor for Awe access. Rebuke doesn't trigger it, but it would trigger Wrath of Nature, so we do that. I guess we take more Rebuke for tank. Yeah. Storm Breath and Firebolt for Awe access. Cool. So now we can try out Carouser Ricochet memes too. I have a Spore Warden Amulet here, right? I do. Do I have a Joint Training? I don't. Oh, we'll use that. All damage, elemental damage. Yeah, alright. This looks good. Let's try this out.
Are you prepared?
Would Clawbringer be okay for inferior weapons, non-companion for LE damage, and just throwing count as fire weapon for the fire talent? The Oath of Fire bonus element does apply. So yeah, Clawbringer would be fine for that. Here's something I gotta try. Using a Universal Soldier, I want to use that to refill my Sawmill. Ooh, that ricocheted hard. What did I hit with that? Best non-ice spell for Ambidextrous? That's a pretty broad category of bonds. Like, this isn't the kind of game where there's a blanket best. So for example, on my other build, I was using a spell for knockback, just for utility, for lining up enemies that I could more easily deal with them. Enemies that are knocked down aren't attacking you, so it's good survivability. So, yeah. You could want to use a spell with a short cooldown so you could trigger your enchants more often. Best for what purpose specifically? Just opinions, I use Twitch for utility. Arcane Bolt is always a solid choice. Big fan of Arcane Bolt.
Let's see how you handle it.
I find it interesting how many builds I see that cap the second tree rather than the first. I wonder why that is. Because I suppose it's the sensation of flexibility you have with your second tree over your first. Like, you can't change the first one, but you can change the second one. So, the first one is like, what kind of vibe do you want for your character? And then the second one is, okay, how do you want to build on that? Oh, another pro tip for Clawbringers. If you're a gun Clawbringer and you're not feeling great about your damage, and you are still using Awe, I highly recommend the Crossblade. Because you can get a Crossblade that deals both lightning and fire, which triggers both halves of Awe, and it has a higher innate crit chance. It also has a high dot value. So this just sets up a lot of things. Crossblade is a fantastic weapon. Quaking Sunder, yeah, Quaking Sunder is a great choice. Don't forget to shoot through walls. Yeah. Crossblade shooting through walls is some next level toxicity. Like that. Getting a better idea. My first Borderlands game, mainly because the spells totally stacked at full mage, then realized spell shots focus on guns still. You can still play like a pure mage style spell shot. You're just, you'll need to pick your spells more carefully or accept that you shoot occasionally. But you can absolutely do a pure spell playstyle. There's a bunch of spells that have very low cooldowns, and particularly if you use Ambihextrous, you could just like alternate. Chaotic Smart Armor, 1 point in awe. It's not really trying hard enough. Ambihextrous is a great way to still proc spell enchants with a fast spell, then nuke with a slow one. Normally wouldn't be used. Right. Something I also like doing with Ambihextrous is you can use something like a Twister or a Knockback Eruption to put an enemy in a position where the more difficult to aim spells don't have to be aimed as precisely. Yes, yes, me trying not to aim. Yes, get your jokes out. Kevin has 10 out of 5 awe. True. We'll sawmill on the king. Do a carouser. No, we'll sawmill. Goodbye. Okay. Sawmill's so fucking good. Yo, Will, thank you so much for the 19 months with the 18 streak. I appreciate it. Chronicles 2.0 rumored? Interesting. Maybe I'll circle around to that. Thank you so much, Will. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Chronicles 2.0 rumored eyes.
Man, I already don't aim enough using Livewire. I'd be screwed for my next FPS. Yeah, Bonds. The more lands I've played, the worse I've gotten at other games aiming. It's just... it's life now. Is it bad for me to avoid Faithful Thralls on Spore Warden if I'm focusing more on my ability to direct damage up on not making an count? Faithful Thralls is just going to be damage in any kind of setup. Now, in particular, on Spore Warden, there is one reason to avoid it, and that is if you do not want to benefit from a very nasty bug on repeated Chaos Chamber runs. That would be a reason to spec out of Faithful Thralls on that multi-class combo. But in general, if you're maximizing your damage output from your companions or you on a Graveborn, Faithful Thralls is just like that skill you take. You get the gang back together once the man's free? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There goes a Nerfbringer testing. So, it's not that big a deal for some setups, homie data. That's the thing. If you're playing a gun build, you were not affected that much by the awe change. It's just the more creative setups, the non-gun things, that I'm very annoyed about. So, like, think about it this way. Gun crit is a stat you can still get places, right? So you just modify your build, try to grab a little more crit where you can. It's not a big deal. Use weapons with a higher crit chance, such as this Crossblade, and the awe change doesn't matter that much. Guns also have the option of you can just hit a crit spot and bypass the mechanic entirely. So you still get all the damage that awe was giving you. It's just you need a little more precision, which is fine. But it's something like dot builds, for example. There's no status effect crit chance. Status effects can't hit crit spots. It is entirely chance-based, and always consistency there. For things like that, I'm very annoyed about that change. It loves to spooge. Also, there's good cast 20 build with Spore and Grave, doesn't involve specking heavy into companions. It's very hard to currently play that multi-class combo without dealing with bugs. So that's probably why you haven't seen a huge saturation of those. Because there's just like an unavoidable bug. If you don't save quit after every single chaos run, and if you don't wait 12 seconds on every room, it's very difficult to play that multi-class combo without benefiting from some sort of damage skew. Sporegrave has bugs an extraordinary amount, Yakumers. Now, almost all of them are beneficial, but I personally do not like creating content around such things because it misrepresents the actual power of the thing. And that's the kind of thing that doesn't hold up through a bug fix, you know?
I see death. C full effort. C minus.
We do blue as well? Yeah, let's do blue. I just want to feel forced to get the 12 companions out at all times. Right. Deep Spore Warden Tree just has a lot of damage, like, for you. So you could just do that, honestly. Just focus on guns. It'll be viable. Don't bust on the fucking stairs. Not the first time I've said that. Ayo. Thanks, you're very welcome. What's this chaos room? Never seen it before. So in normal runs, you have a chance to have a mimic only room, and this is one of them that you can get. But it's also a fixture in this week's featured run. So I want a Sawmill Banshee, but I also want to have ammo for the raid bosses. So I guess we'll Crossblade Banshee. Oh, did the Kool-Aid got me. Ow. Ouchies. I'm not playing very carefully at all. Yeah, as you can see, Crossblade is very good. Particularly suited to Clawbringer. Mashers, when a Black Powder AR gets extra pellets, ×5 usually. It'll be ×5 for pistols or ×4 for ARs. The name instead of Masher in this game is Sootkoff. This armor's trying. Claw Berserker. Not great skills, though. Like, Iron Squall is good, but, like, not that good. I'll take it anyway. Morticulturist is a brilliant multi-class name, honestly. I love the multi-class names. They're so good. Hope ARs become more meta soon. Favorite gun on BL3 is the Barrage with spammable chunky burst. Was hoping quad bow would be like that, but quad bow is good. It applies a lot of crossbolts in a short period of time, bonds. I use a quad bow on my melee build to stack up that melee bonus. Rogue Imp is fantastic. Thunder Anima is good. Shame it can't be enchanted, but it's good. Hey Don, how you doing?
There's a chin in the air.
Sootkoff, Black Powder ARs are good. Ouch. Man, that fire rate from that Spore Ward and kill skill is kinda crazy. Is it Windrunner? Yeah, I have 7 out of 3 Windrunner right now. 28% for his stat. Ugh. Mushroom, I need you. Sawmill good.
Got no juice.
Stop shooting me, it's beyond rude. Looks like magic's back on the menu, boys. Side effect damage from water is so annoying. I agree, Doug. I hope they stop ever putting that in their games. It's not fun, it's not difficult, it's just annoying. Crossblade's a little weird for hit detection on these. Use the White Rider for that. Running a very fun Rogue Imp build with Stab with Spell Shot, Calamity plus Body Rune. That sounds like a good time. A lot of fire damage there. Very nice. So, Sawmill is good. Yeah. So the good Torgar was in Crafts Leader? Yes. Who needs a liquid cooler? Yeah, you got Sawmill. Now that's still a good use case situation for liquid cooling. That boss right there. But, Sawmill slaps. Sawmill slaps hard. Slawmill? Is it a coleslaw gun? Yeah, we're calling it the Slawmill now because it is the sauce.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Smart armor with fire damage, or fire rate, excuse me, all damage, 2 in blast gasp. Like, it doesn't know what it wants to be, but it's trying to be something. Is that? That's 2 in dragon aura. Honestly, that's pretty good. I'll take it. Best emote. I'm glad you like it, Exaltic. We do have a follower only one. Quagsire is one of the sub emotes, but Quagsir is follower only, so you can use that in the chat here. Just had a Wyvern use that teleport attack and Butt Stallion disappeared, but I still got objective completed. Nice, newbie. On a Masher, is it better to go higher base damage with melee passive or lower base damage with damage passive? I'd go with the damage passive because you're stacking up those crossbolts for additional damage. Actual Pog. One thing I wish is you could transmog the armors. There's one I have now that's so cool. Yeah, and there's a couple armors that, like, the Diamond Gauntlet is just... It takes the appearance of you not having armor, but you just have the gauntlet. Ooh. Frost Element Sawmill. High mag. Better fire rate and mag than what I have. No, maybe I take that. Just, like, imagine not taking the Sawmill. It's not chaotic, but that's fine. What do I drop, though? Do I have enough for the next STU? I can drop that. Love that quite well is just Horde comms armors. It's true. It's true. Drop the Moe's comms. No. Never change. I don't plan on it. Another great bow. Now I need to make room again. I don't need that Arc Torrent. Gotta pick up my meme bows. Wait, hang on. Chat. This is over 5k base times 7, right? What if today is the day? What if today is the day that we one-shot a raid boss with a great bow? What if today's the day? Our time is now. Do it. All right, we gotta get Gloop again. We'll do Gloop again. Do we want an amp shield for this? Hey, a good sawmill. That's an upgrade to the one I'm using right now, actually. Yeah. We need to make room again. Fuck. There's too many. I need more backpack space. One opportunity to last a lifetime. Ooh, that's a cryo one. Do we just take the cryo one instead for matching element? Yeah, I think we need that. Need to make more room. Drop that. I have 2 liquid coins on me. I don't need 2. Also, I have to pee. We're on PP %. Stop giving me useful stuff. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. I'll be right back.
Let's get casting and blasting!
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Can't get a good sniper crit ring after 20 runs. Rings are definitely a hard slot to farm for. Yeah. Fortunately, rings are like the least impactful slot on your damage formula in many cases, but like getting a good ring is tough. Okay, what can I put away here that I don't need? I can't even put stuff in my bank. That's how much of a hoarder I am. Right, I don't need that. I want to meme around with this this reviver with polymorph. It's a 2 projectile reviver, and that just sounds funny. So I'll put that away for another build. I put away this fragment rain. We're gonna need that great bow. I don't think I need my dark magic body rune. I don't think I need that arc torrent. And we got all these sawmills. I can't put away any sawmills. We'll put away that encapsulator though. That can go. Okay, we made space. Is there a document with build skill tree weapons? So build stock stuff is ongoing, Psyduck. We still need to figure out logistically how we're doing it. The game is still changing. We've not yet had a patch yet. So there will be community resources in the vein of the Borderlands 3 community build docs. Like, we're going to do it. We just need to figure out exactly how and then devote the time and also wait for the game to start changing a little bit less. You know, week to week, it's been huge changes so far. Alright, let's get... where's the correct great bow? Where's it at?
So much to conquer.
Okay, that'll be fine. So we got spellcast frost damage on our great bow. We want an amp ward now. We want an amp ward. We got an amp weapon. Do I grab a copy of my triple amp for my spell shot? We're trying to one-shot a raid boss with a great bow, chat. That's what we're gearing for right now. Alright, let's go steal an item from my other save. Hey Soccer Chick, how you doing? Do hope the DLCs come with a fair amount of gear. I feel like you use the same 6 or 7 weapons at every build. Have you tried using more items? I don't know what I just put away. Not the thing I was trying to put away. This UI is frustrating. How can I know what stat I need for Graveborn and Spore? Could you be a little more specific, Total Rain? What kind of build are you going for? Like, what's your chosen method of dealing damage? Are you a gun build? Are you a companion build? Are you a spell build? Are you an ability damage build? What are you using to hit enemies and try to make them die? Who's my favorite class? Currently? That's a tough one, not Frank. Probably still Clawbringer, which has me feeling some type of way about certain things, but probably still Clawbringer. Doing well, hope you are as well. Can't complain too much. How rare is Chaotic and Volatile? I think there's another one. Volatile is the highest currently, Vaxid. And Volatile is a 1.41% chance. 1.41. Now, there are others that will come out in the future, but nothing that has been released. Okay, so we got this amp ward. So our setup is going to be... I hope that lawn mowing isn't too loud for you guys. Sorry about that. Our setup is going to be... We're going to go into the gloop fight. We're going to bop it to get our amp hilt. Bop it. Twist it. Then we're gonna equip this, wait for our shield to regen. We're gonna activate our action skill. We'll probably switch to Barrage to debuff. And then we'll cast our spell to trigger. Where is it? Where is it? Where's our great bow? Where's our great bow? This spellcast frost damage, and then we'll shoot. We're gonna try to one-shot Gloop with a great bow. That's the goal. That's the goal. So we gotta get there first.
Enter if you dare.
Any cool way to get those orbs, or do I just keep running Chaos Chamber? Rerolling chance is costly. Playing on intense difficulty does increase your Moon Orb intake a little bit, so that can help. But it's pretty much just play Chaos Chamber a bunch, yeah. I also like using Universal Soldier to reload my Sawmill instead of reloading my Sawmill, because I can just deal melee damage to fill the mag again. Fragment Rain. Good gun. They buffed Overworld counter loots, enemies come out of grass, right? They drop more Moon Orbs now? Yeah, for a limited time, that is a thing. That is the current mini-event going on, yes. We'll do yellow as well.
This should be interesting.
Not sure it's faster than running chambers though. Probably not. Hydra plus Mushroom. Hydra and Mushroom, just a bit guns. So you're probably going to look at getting the companion damage stat wherever you can. Also, the all damage stat will boost both you and your companions. So you can go for that. Elemental damage increases of the appropriate one are good too. Fun fact, rear outer from BO3 is in this game, but unused. Another fun fact. Probably not the best idea to discuss modding and things like that. I prefer if we didn't do that here. Real strategy to get 74 Great Bows and clear a Chaos Chamber that way. It'll happen. It'll happen. Hey, who knows? Maybe we have a time trial category, Great Bow percent, where you have to kill each boss using a Great Bow.
C for effort. C minus. From the start.
It's quite weird we don't have a cut purse item in the game, even though they talked about a melee weapon with one pre-launch. They probably cut that. Honestly, it seems like they took some measures specifically to stop people from doing a couple things that people are doing anyway. That being launcher spam and Torg sticky spam, and also bypassing sniper rifle ammo constraints on the DPS hose ones. So we're still seeing ShamWai use for that with the old absorb trick. And I think once we get enough access to mag size in large quantities, that Spore Warden ammo regen will be another good way of just getting around things like that. I think Buffmeister will get nerfed. I hope so. It is stifling build diversity in this game. There's a lot of people who don't know of other powerful options because they believe the Buffmeister is the only way. And as long as it exists, it's an easy way to hit bigger numbers, which makes for better content. So I don't begrudge anyone using it in their gameplay or their content. It's just the harsh reality is that it's not healthy. For the same reason that the liquid cooling having its issue corrected. It was a bug fix. Or at least an oversight correction, if you want to phrase it that way. For the same reason that is a good change. Now the magnitude, that could be debated. But the concept, the core concept of toning down a thing that people refuse to stop using, I think that is a good one.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
Exactly as Buffmeister do makes it OP. We have a command for that. Exclamation point Buffmeister. Backs it. It does a whole laundry list of things that no other item in that slot does. That's something important to remember. I'm personally of the opinion that items are more interesting when they have use cases. When there's a situation where one item could be better than another. When you have to weigh your options between things you could put in that item slot. But that item doesn't have that. It just... Yeah, Archimedes Shadow, been a while since I've been here. How we doing? Doing pretty well. How are you? I have a Spore Warden as my first character. What do you recommend I make for a fresh character? Stabmaster or Spell Shot? I've really been enjoying Spore Warden and Spell Shot lately. Very, very strong gunplay.
Oh, don't look so surprised. That's what making me look at you.
Crossblade slaps. Rain of Arrows with that enchant. Hang on. That's illegal. Chad, does this scare you as much as it scares me? Hang on.
Let's get cooking, little
In featured runs, are blessings and curses fixed or just room order? Just room order. The curses are fixed if you take the same rooms, if you take the same portals, but which portals you take changes which curses you get, and blessings are random. Partially. Yeah, that is a fine. I'm gonna have to make a build with that. I hadn't even considered using that enchant on that gun. That scares me. You guys know that a ×6 max damage Rain of Arrows is 1200 damage. A little over 1200. 1200 ×6 per shot. That's just on one shot. And you could amp it and do all sorts of crazy things. It's so strong. It's so ridiculously strong.
You shall have extra peanut butter this night.
I still noticed in that last sentence. CZ explained it there. But basically, for some reason, the Cryo Buffmeister's bonus element functions a little bit differently in that it has a better damage formula than the other Buffmeisters. That's all it is. The bonus element from that one will scale up with spell damage. See, it says Boom Headshot there. It says Boom Headshot. But that's not the name of the skill. The name of the skill is Headhunter. So I currently have 3 out of 1 in Boom Headshot. I wonder if that's an intentional Easter egg. That's kind of cool. Are the class-specific enchants rare compared to the normal ones? Yes, Psyduck. They are specifically weighted to be less common. Sir Clawbringer looks interesting. I can go over it after the run for you, Vorky. I'm sort of experimenting with different secondary skill trees to go with it at the moment. But so far, I'm feeling good about this one. Spore Warden secondary. Even though my current weapon choice isn't really taking advantage of the capstone, it's more for my other weapons. Figure, we're trying to do something special on one of the raid bosses this run. So, succeed or fail, I'll go over the spec after that. Crossblade goes through walls? It does. It's super useful. Display the angles proc Wrath of Nature? Yes. Yes, it does. Another one. Butt Stallion, what are you doing? What is she doing? Challenging my quag aim. Listen. Yes. Had plus 10 to Wrath of Nature the other night. Yeah, the highest I've had, I had 16 in Rebuke, which is just kinda nuts. That's this skill, by the way. Damage reduction and that lightning reflect. So weak enemies were just dying, and I was not taking very much damage.
Can't sling spells no more. Spells are up.
But Stallion wanted to do the one-shot? Yeah, apparently. Alright, so we're going for a regular kill on the yellow boss, and then we're gonna try to one-shot the blue raid boss. I don't know if we can. I've never attempted this. I know the boss can be one-shot, but I don't know if the boss can be one-shot with this. So, we're trying something spicy. Ice Spell so OP. It's pretty good. Impaling Ice Spikes. Ice Spikes in general are very, very good. You got the Trickster ones, the ones that ricochet, but I've been told good things about those, but not used one yet. You've got the Storming ones, which are good lingering damage. You've got the Triple ones, which are very good damage, and you've got the Impaling ones, which are actually a little bit less damage than the Triple, but, like, did I go the wrong way? Don't hit the wall. The Triple ones are a little bit less damage, a little bit more damage, excuse me, than the Impaling ones. It's just they're slower and distributed across more hits. Wonder what the quartz thing's a reference to. Just kind of random to shoot a crystal to spawn an enemy. It might just be a gameplay thing, Bonds. I don't know. I think I'm running the same Clawbringer Spore build as you. I'm just having a terrible time with it because of my gear. Gear is very important, particularly on Clawbringer. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Okay, so we've got, we'll Crossblade Banshee and save as much ammo as we can for the other things.
Morning, eyes. Let's get cussing and blasting. Here comes the thunder. Energy sapped. Blast ammo's gone.
How shall I become tender?
Oh good, you do spawn ads. Kind of forgot about your ads mechanic for a while, didn't you, Banshee?
Not dead. Whole lot angrier.
I wanted the fire rate.
Another notch. Going to
Okay, that's Banshee. Crossblade, my beloved. It's so good. Regretting Claw being my first class is such a struggle to farm. Yeah, it's definitely more gear dependent than, for example, a Spell Shot. Not a bad enchant, I'll take that. Twister's trying. It's got a good enchant. Okay. So I'll start with Crossblade, switch to Sawmill. Spikes behind her telegraph the height of her sweeping attacks too. Just realized that. No one to jump crouch earlier. Yeah, there's a few telegraphs. The spikes behind her move. Also the color of the attack. One is blue, one is purple. So that lets you tell. That tells you which one is which, as well. If you missed the telegraph. So I went a Clawburger to 40 last night, having a ton of fun on it. Kind of melee build. Okay, we got blue first. So we put this on. Let's equip that. Does Crossblade come with dark magic? It can. So we're gonna leave Gloop alone and just wait for the mechanic.
Unleash hell.
You go, Mushroom. Gloop, you okay? Okay, you're doing that twice, huh? Little challenges you do earlier. The escort, the blue orb thing, that opens up this boss fight. There's one for each of the 3 hidden bosses, and if you do all 3 hidden bosses in one run, you get the 4th one. So wait, I need to put on Barrage as well. Oh, Gloop, you missed. What are you doing? Gloop. Gloop, you missed. I expect more from you. Okay, here we go. Oh! One shot! Woo! and this is what we use to one-shot the raid boss. Someone clip that. One shot achieved. Oh, I love this game. Let me just change title for that. There we go. Buffmeister who? The greatest bow. Thank you for the clips. Thank you for the clips. There we go. You get that sniper at the chaos chamber? You can. Hang on, I don't need to use this anymore. Ooh. Come on, do the right attack. Awkward. Double awkward. That's fine. We have damage. Sawmill. Sniper is good. I honestly think snipers in this game are stronger than any other landscape, with the exception of, like, Inferno Moloko stuff, I guess. Snipers are so strong in this game. A great bow button hog. I probably could. I just don't have a corrosive one. Poison one. Single beam still better. Dual beam is good in mobbing. Dual beam is good in mobbing. Out of curiosity, how much can you chunk with the used one? What's the base damage on it? Let me find it in my terribly sorted inventory. Here it is. That's still not bad, honestly. 462 times 7? Like, that's not bad. And I think it retains its chaotic / volatile, right? When you use it? Because this was a not even chaotic one. Yes? Okay, so yeah, a used great bow is still strong. It's still a good gun. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Is great bow not broken forever? Is it once per reload? Oh yeah, it's a different item now, Silo. You shoot it and it changes items. Do the rings power up the stats of the ring? Yes. Oh, someone asked earlier if Dark Magic Crossblade's a thing. Here you go, Dark Magic Crossblade. Still trying to test the dual beam White Rider's better than Livewire. Dual beam can be better against like tight groupings of lower health enemies. I feel like Claw Spore Companion's build needs a ton of gear. Yeah, likely. So build overview. Now the gear I was wearing for the one shot is different. For the one shot, I put on this triple amp ward. Actually, I think that's the only thing I changed. And then I just equipped a great bow instead of this White Rider. But the setup is this. I'm running Hammer Throw because I like the Hammer Throw. I could use Barrage here for better Wrath of Nature application, but I just like the Hammer Throw. We're in Claw Tree down to Firebolt and Storm Breath to give our Wyvern more attack options. We're getting Awe from an armor piece, and our Wyvern's our main way of getting that alongside our Hammer Throw and our gun choices. We've got one Blasphemous Favor. This is just for Awe procking. It's a terrible skill. Like, the damage on this is awful. We just use it to proc Awe. We've got Max Oath of Fire, because it's a good skill. Max Dragonor, because it's a good skill. Rebuke is there for tank and Wrath of Nature application. And then we've got very limited Oath of Thunder, just to give the Wyvern some extra damage. I'm going to use a Deuce's Shield for 150 Frost Amp, because I did not think of that, Striker. I could have made it hit harder. That's a good point. I could have just done that. I didn't think of it, honestly. I'm pretty sure I have one in my bank. I just did not think of it. Over in the Spore Tree, we got gun damage, we got ability damage, gun crit. This gun crit got more valuable with the Awe change as well, worth noting. We got Quiver of Holding for mag size and ammo regen. Very nice for our Sawmill. Medicinal Mushroom is just great quality of life. Mushroom saves you from same frames and things like that. Windrunner is a really ludicrous amount of fire rate. Even at just 3 points, it's 24% fire rate, which is huge. Huge. Wrath of Nature is just one of the most powerful damage increasing skills in the entire game. It is extremely good. Then we've got Headhunter. Now, Butts Down was very kind. It gave me 4 out of 1, lol. But this is still a good 1-point skill to take. And then we've got Play the Angles, which is not helping our Crossblade at all, which is our main weapon. But it's really good for any projectile-based things, such as a Sawmill. Is insanely good with Wrath of Nature. Carouser ricochets can do Wrath of Nature stuff, which is as scary as it sounds. And then more conventional things like an Auto Magic, a Thunder Anima, Rogue Imp, things like that. For Wrath of Nature, what counts as ability damage for Claw Spore characters? So you have Barrage is ability damage. Blizzard is ability damage. The AoE of Storm Dragon Judgment, not the initial hit, but the AoE that lingers, is ability damage. The Nova from Cleansing Flames is ability damage. Rebuke's Reflect is ability damage. Blast on its Favor is ability damage. Storm Smite is ability damage. Play the Angles is ability damage. Yeah, that's all the ability damage sources. Show the Crossblade real quick? Yeah. Is the auto magic good now? Already was. It was already decent, but it got a 50% buff, so now it's real good. If someone's playing a co-op run and use Green Nightshade to kill Maker in 10 seconds, would you infer that they're using illegitimate items? Yeah, Rohith, I would. Can you activate by shooting with Reaper of Bones? No. Reaper of Bones does not deal ability damage or interact with ability damage in any way. I'm assuming you have awe in your class mod? Yes, Fork, yeah, I do. This is my armor. Smart armor with 2 points in awe over here. Call the guy out and he flipped out. Yeah, I don't understand why people are weird about that, Rohith. I don't get it either. That one shot, I'm gonna head out. Good shit. Why don't you take a bow, a great bow? Never change, Viper. Find the damage reduction useful? It can be. It can be. Especially in a setup with limited to no healing, like this one. My only healing is from killing with Body Rune. That's it. So damage reduction helps me get those kills, so I keep the healing rolling. With the ability damage, wouldn't a Paradigm be good, if I'm remembering Paradigm correctly? Yeah, Paradigm would be good. I just don't have one with stuff that I would want on this setup. Like, if I had a Paradigm that converts ability to spell in melee, or converts probably spell. I don't have too many sources of spell damage, though. The thing with this class combination is Spore Warden gets ability damage in Tree, but in terms of everything else here, there's no other ability increases, there are no spell increases, there are no melee increases. So this multi-class barely gets anything out of Paradigm from Tree. You can still get the stats on gear and then transfer it that way. So like, I am using a spell damage ring, so I could use that to feed into a Paradigm and turn it into ability damage. So that would still be more impactful on my damage than a Smart Armor, probably. I just don't have that. Is Ruby Spite still fine after the nerf? I'm assuming yes. I've not used it post-change Pico. I was not overly impressed by it pre-nerf. Like, I don't think it needed to be toned down at all. But it'll probably be okay at the things it was okay at. The thing is, that gun already struggled at bossing. It was a mobbing-only gun in a game where most things are good at mobbing. So I don't understand the logic. Like, snipers are nutso now? They already were, though. That's the crazy thing, Vorky. Like, we got this Carouser today, Volatile. But pre-buff, I was using a Chaotic Carouser and one-tapping almost every enemy I came across. And I got a better one, and the item got buffed. So that's just crazy. Sawmill was already a DPS monster, and it's even better now. Great Bow already did that crazy stuff, and we took it even further. So for bossing, use a sniper? Yeah, Swift Clutch. Snipers are really good. Really good. I'd highly recommend to anyone in the chat who's having trouble bossing in this game, grab a couple sawmills, whatever elements you need, save your sniper ammo for the boss fight, and then you could just take a sawmill through, and you're good. You're chilling. Perceiver seems to be a nice gun with some decent accuracy. I haven't used the Perceiver much yet. I've heard a lot of good things, though. Heard a lot of good things. Speaking of snipers, let's roll for more. Ooh. Never mind. Really, game? You give me 2 of that? Alright. Is ×2 sawmill preferred? It can be ×2, ×3, or ×4. And each one will have a different impact on your ammo. So ×2, you'll be shooting longer, but hitting less frequently. That does mean ×2 will get more out of ammo regen. You'll be able to shoot longer. However, ×4 is higher DPS, but you reload more often and you chew through your ammo faster. So customize the taste, really, but 2, 3, or 4, all good for bossing. All of them are good. Can you farm the sawmill somewhere? You have to use the bunnies. I don't know the drop source of sawmill, but I've gotten all mine from the bunnies anyway, so like... Pretty sure there's a perceiver cult. Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. A lot of people using it. Hey, sawmill. See, this is a ×3. Almost 800 card damage ×3. 22 mech. Beast of a gun.
What will fill my enemy's hearts with?
For snipers only go to explore, you can use them with any class. Fuso, any class. Sniper rifles are just good. Ooh, that's a chaotic ×3 cryo. I didn't have that element covered on a chaotic. Let's see. I had a regular one that I picked up, right? Yeah, there we go. We can drop that one. Now we got this. Beautiful. I need more great bows now. Fuck. I want to one-shot the raid boss more often. I just need to always keep great bows in my inventory to do that gloop one-shot. That's my life now. It's what I exist for. I like that there's no legendary amp in this game. Right, it just goes to all the projectiles, which is just appreciated. Since me as the endgame give flashbacks to early BO3 and Farming Graveward, I don't get that vibe at all, Psyduck, honestly. I don't get that vibe at all. Chaos 19 felt too easy as those bug enemies are weaker. Yes, yes. Sometimes the Chaos HP increase will fail to apply. Save quitting fixes it. Okay, so I'll take this one off for now. Equip that one. Let's try to get a good enchant on this. Because using a cryo one, frost one, excuse me, against gloop would be very satisfying. Just gotta get a good enchant. Uphill battle. I'm not panicking, you're panicking. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine, right? And enchant. I'll take it. I'll take it. Get your Deuce shield? Yeah, Striker. Good call. Good call. Is it? It's on a mule. Fuck. It's on my spell shot. Alright, let's switch over. Let me grab that. Let me grab that. I have a good site to look up what all the uniques do. Loot Lemon actually just announced yesterday that the item resource section of the site is up. So lootlemon.com. Loot Lemon is a very good community resource that did a lot during Borderlands 3 to help people out with that exact kind of thing. So definitely Loot Lemon. Where is my spell shot? I have too many saves. There it is. Doing 10 to 20 minutes of mobbing and bossing with a targeted item roll at the end's not even close to the same as save quit farming a boss. Yeah, totally different. Goblin's Mane. This is another one of the ones that it does transfer its effect to any source of melee you have. So this affects like your Clawbringer Hammer, your Ghost Blade, all that stuff. I needed one, so take that. Praise Loot Lemon. Yeah, Tender Madness. Levin does a fantastic job, and all the community contributors who helped get the item stuff up and running. Just very exceptional work. There's the deuces. Despite the fact that it's farming world drops really rather than targeting an item for specific bosses like the previous titles in BO2. The thing with that, Psyduck, is that is you choosing to do that. Because dedicated sources exist. Like, you could just go there. Go to the source and go for it. Nothing is stopping you. You can just do it. That's why it's not the same. Early BL3, most items didn't have sources. In this game, most items do have sources. Now, there are some that don't, but most do. So it's not the same at all. I wish they would allow some level of filter when accessing the backpack. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. The UI experience in this game is probably the biggest thing that I would say needs work. Once again, thank you for the reminder, Striker. I totally would have forgotten about that. I could put away that Arcane Bolt. And that one. And the Twister. Add a newest filter, please. Okay. Do I have a poison great bow anywhere? Or do we keep going until I get a poison great bow? Do we try to one-shot the yellow raid boss too? If we get a poison great bow? Because I think we can. I really think we can do it. I just need the right element. Get 3 of them and one-tap them all in one run. You trust my aim that much, CZ? Because if you miss the Great Bow one-shot, you're just kind of fucked. Unless you have copies of the item. I'm gonna go have a good stream. Take it easy, Fat Cat. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. I believe in you, bro. That makes one of us. That makes one of us. Yeah, let's try and get more elements of Great Bow, I guess. You have faith in you, no pressure. Save them up, kill all raid boss in 4 shots. I don't think you can do that to the Maker. I don't think you can do the Maker with that tech. Or at least not with my current spec. Like, I'm sure you could probably get a real big chunk with, like, Buffmeister or something, but I don't like doing that. And I also doubt you can one-shot. Although, if I had a Spore Fuse enchanted Volatile Cryo Great Bow... I'm thinking. I shouldn't think this much. Sama's only Chaos Chamber? Okay, so the dedicated source is the bunny. Guess what? If it's only Chaos Chamber, and the bunnies are only in the Chaos Chamber, that's a dedicated source. You could just, like, go to the bunny. It's the same concept as going to the boss. Just go to the bunny.
This should be interesting.
Quag SMR. Just as a reminder to everyone, there are no dedicated drops is a different sentence than I wish dedicated drop farming was easier. Those are different things. Because dedicated drop farming is a thing. Now, you might not like how it's structured, or how the alternatives are better. Personally, I'm not a dedicated farmer, so I just don't care. But I know people have some grievances with the efficacy of dedicated farming, but just know that it does exist. It'd be like me saying, where is it? I had a weapon I was keeping for this example. It'd be like me saying, I'll just change the example. The Twin Soul doesn't do as much damage as I want it to, so it doesn't exist. No, the item is right here. Easier to farm one boss in co-op now? No. Like, dedicated farming in co-op is still just kind of like... don't. It's just still wildly inefficient and just not fun. It's more waiting than playing. But, farming for certain items in a group is actually better than it's ever been, because you can go through a co-op Chaos Chamber run, and remember, crystals are shared until the loot room, at which point everyone's crystals are used individually. So, let's say you all want a sawmill. Let's say you're all going for a certain kind of sawmill. You do a max crystals, max curses extended run, get as much as you possibly can. Let's say everyone has 20k at the end of the run. That's not 20k worth of attempts on the bunny, that's 80k worth of attempts on the bunny. 80k. So, like, that's a lot, because everyone's loot is instanced. So, if anyone in the party gets the sawmill they're going for, you could just, like, share it. Maybe I'm wrong here, I'm not that experienced in Wonderlands. It feels like there are a lot of items that Chaos Chambers only. Let's look, let's count. I'll look at the spreadsheet. Okay, going from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. I'm including world drop only ones in this calculation, by the way. If we were to say Chaos Chamber only, then it goes down, but I'm going to be kind and include world drops. So it's like, what? 30-something items, including world drop only? If you remove the world drop only ones, then that total tanks down to, like, 15. And that's out of how many items? Like 100? Yeah. Most items are still sourced. Sucks my brother and I both want to farm Wastard for Spellblade, and WR, but it's suboptimal to do it together. You could do, if there ever is a week where Son of a Witch is the featured run, you could farm featured runs together. But that still is ultimately slower than just dedicated farming separately. Co-op farming has never been a strength of these games until Chaos Chambers. Belfred raid exclusives? Yes. People praise dedicated farm in BL2, but 80% of them are so bad, like Bada Boom from the Rare Spawn King Bong, or Twister from Rare Spawn Triple O, or Chopper from Dexy. Yeah, it's a case of nostalgia blinders. Also remember that for the first 2 years of BL3's, or BL2, excuse me, BL2's life, dedicated drops were 3%, not 10%, 3%. And those first 2 years is when most people played the game. So, like, I don't know. Tubby farming, pain. Hey, Danny Dead, how are you? If I'm a spell shot and I have the skill imbued weapon with a Twister Cryofire to get more out of a non-Ellie Torg or a Cryo-Ellie Torg. Depends on what you're fighting, Mustard. If you are shooting a bone health bar, then the Cryo one will do better. If you are not, then the other one would do better. Depending on how many elemental boosts you have. Remember, non-elemental gets a neutral matchup, but does not benefit from elemental boosts. So, something to keep in mind. Borderlands is amazing, much more user-friendly than previous Borderlands. Can't change my mind. Very true, Forky. 100% agree. You want a chaotic ring with gun damage, shotgun crit, and shotgun mag for Rain of Arrows build? Yes. Good, glad to hear it. I think people have their opinion on dedicated farm based almost entirely whether they play the farm play. Does that make sense? Absolutely, Blue Techno Mushroom. That is exactly what it is. Me personally, you guys can see, you can check all my past streams, you can look at the broadcast for today. I have never target farmed in this game. I've never bothered to. Now, before launch, I did a little bit just to see some of the concerns, and, like, I get it. But I play to play the game. I play to, improve my builds, to see what builds are possible. and because I enjoy the combat. You don't get any of that in dedicated farming, so I don't care for it. Ooh, another chaotic rain of arrows. Blue cake? Chaotic blue cake, take that. What type of rings would you look for with this build? Honestly, the stats are going to matter most, Coffee Jolts. Don't worry about the kind of ring as much, you're looking for the stats. Because while it's nice to get, say, a championship ring or a mood ring, these are the easiest to get the full uptime effects on. Just getting the correct stats is the most important. So for example, I really like the sniper crit damage from this. The spell damage does not help my build at all, but I like the sniper crit. So that's why I took this. The fact that it's on a championship ring, that's a bonus, but look at the stats more than anything else. For this build, you want gun damage, you want crit damage boosts. Those would be the most important. So I've got shotgun crit and gun damage over here. Spell crit also, I guess, is nice, but not hugely impactful. And then I got sniper crit over here. Exactly does effect even refer to? Everything on the ring. Everything, Mentalist. So all the passives you have, plus the stat it rolled, like this one is spell damage, all of it gets increased. Any weirdness to the damage a boss that we know of? No, seems to work exactly. 8-second duration. You damage a boss and then it happens. Awesome, thanks. You're very welcome.
I feel a storm coming.
Still haven't dedicated farmed in this game. I hope I never have to. Give me bunnies for everything. Yeah, bunnies great. Now there's some items that are dedicated only. But I haven't cared enough about any of those items to go after them, so I'm chilling.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Only for the effects in that specific ring, not for the effects of both rings. Right. The item will affect itself. I think it's really interesting how you and Joel have completely different opinions on the loot farming system in this game, and that's what makes the game interesting. Like, I've talked to Jolts personally about this stuff, and, like, we agree that there's a lot of things about the game we don't agree on. But, like, we both like the game. That's the crazy thing. Like, this was a couple weeks ago, but we were in a call talking about it. And, like, different priorities, but still, the core game itself has lots of things we both like. And that's why these LANs games are great. They cater to lots of different playstyles. Everyone gets something different out of it. Like, some people would play this kind of game for the story. That's not me either. I don't play it for the farming, I don't play it for the story, I play it for the gameplay and the builds. But other people might prioritize different things, you know? So that's why it's important that, I don't think any one category of player should be prioritized over another. I think, like, try to please as many people as possible. Trying to get smart armor from, Vorkanar, and after 2 hours of farming, I only saw it twice. See, I've had better luck than that. I'm laced. It's a subjective thing. At the end of the day, RNG is RNG. About a month ago now, I had a stream where I spent 5 hours farming for a specific artifact type from its source in Borderlands 3. 5 hours for a 10% drop rate. I wanted that artifact with a certain prefix, and in that 5 hours, I got that artifact type maybe like 6 times, and only once did it have the prefix I was looking for. These games can be very brutal with their farming. That's why I like Chaos Chamber. Just, you get a lot of gameplay, then you get a big old pile of loot. Or you can just get lucky, Forehead. Yeah, just be more lucky. Just get the drop, honestly. I don't know why more people don't think of that. Yeah, I think Spore Warden is definitely going to be the permanent second class for this build. The fire rate from Windrunner is so comfy on this gun. And then, of course, Wrath of Nature is crazy and all this other stuff. It's just good. It feels good. Another thing I love about featured rooms, by the way, is 2 weeks in a row they've given us not only the Maker fight, but they've given us a room that gives you a lot of money. And money for SDUs is always welcome. Shotgun assist. This is the Crossblade. Looks like this. It can roll in any combination of 2 elements. So a primary and then a secondary. Lightning and fire is really good because it triggers both halves of Clawbringer's Awe skill. You can get a 1 mag, a 2 mag, or an 8 mag. I like the 8 mag for spam, personally. And it goes through walls. Also has an elevated crit chance because it's a magic barrel black powder shotgun. Very good gun. Bit limited on range. You see it kind of fizzles out. But it's very effective. Gonna try this build out. Hey, I'm happy to go over it again at the end of the run. I really do need to stop dragging my feet on, like, making videos so that people can just reference without having to ask me to go over it, but I'm just spending too much time actually making builds to bother putting in the time for that. I got distracted by money. Do you have this orb hit your wyvern? I've not. That sounds terrible. Can that actually block it, Bonds? Oh, that's so frustrating. Any good on Burrow with Spore? Not really good with that set. It's a good gun. It's going to be good on any class combination. Oh, no, you want that ring? Yeah, it'll have to be later, Sean. I don't want to have to, like, restart my game and hang up stream or anything. But later, we'll figure something out. I appreciate you offering them. Kinda missed player mail for situations like that, but oh well.
Oh, with the ammunition. Ready to bring the arcane pain! Got no juice!
Crossblade slaps so unreasonably hard. I love it so much. It's just such a satisfying gun. Like, it hits every point. Like, multi-element stuff, feels very impactful when you shoot it. Goes through walls, so it hits that cheesy bit, you know, the, hey, I shouldn't be doing this part of your brain. Has a high status effect, plentiful ammo, you can spam it. Crossblade does everything I want in a gun. Hey, extra charge twister. I'll take that. Is that a Remnant orb I see? No, no. Blasphemout's favor wishes it was Remnant. Ever thought, let's make some bosses dogshit for melee builds? It's... I don't know why Banshee has a you can't stand near me aura. Like, she's got enough mechanics. That's like the only thing I don't like about Banshee. Wish I had that other great bow. We'll save the fire one for Bark at some point. Yeah, we'll just do, we'll do this one normally.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
Oh, I jumped too soon. Hey, that was rude.
All in ice! I've got vengeance on my mind.
Sawmill's so strong. You see that chunk? Sawmill's the GOAT. I mean, I suppose second best behind Great Bow.
Looks like magic's back
First shot of
on
Antique
you.
Great Bow, slap that hard, so we're safe for Raid Boss. Yes, Cucumbers. Exclamation point Gloop. We one-shot the blue Raid Boss with a Great Bow earlier. Do we test to see if we could do it with the used one? Kinda wanna do that. Yeah, let's see if we can do it with the used Great Bow. Imagine. Imagine. We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
So squishy and gross.
There's no way it works, right? But imagine. Still decent damage? Yeah, it's still got a good card value.
Oh no, I don't have a nap time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite.
Difference between used and regular? Yeah, I'll just do a quick compare. Yeah, this is the difference between used and regular. You have a link of all the legendaries and where to get them. Exclamation point. Actually, just go to lootlemon.com. Loot Lemon. Loot Lemon has them all, Vaulty Hunter.
Bad luck or bad choices.
The greatest bow.
All the same.
Gloop, your aim is terrible. Why are you like this? I don't see a difference, to be honest. And
Rolling. Louder. Die more.
okay. I might have taken too much damage there. I'm not gonna have my amp. No! No! That damage is still really good, though. What the hell? That's still really good. That might still be doable. That's totally still doable. That's totally still doable. That's fucking wild. You could probably one-shot a raid boss with this.
Tastes like green butt wet.
Anybody know why the Crossblade seems to be a lot stronger than it says on the card? The card accounts for one of the two projectiles, I believe, in area. So, like, double it. We might unironically just use a great bow at all times on this build. It's just that good. To use great bow could break a raid boss in half? Yeah. That damage ain't bad. It really ain't bad.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's way too embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you try it.
This gun still... It slaps so hard. Why does the great bow slap so hard? It's actually just good. Is a sniper build? It is now. It is now. Used antique great bow getting a permanent home on the build. You love to see it. You actually love it. Take advantage of Wrath of Nature with Rebuke ability damage? I mean, sometimes. For the boss, we can switch to Barrage and just apply directly, but... Yeah. To do better than the Sawmill? Shit, that's a good question, Swift. Because... So the Great Bow, it's just got higher damage per shot by, like, a decent amount. The fire rate's a lot lower. But it's also just more ammo efficient. It's entirely possible, Swift. It's entirely possible that the Great Bow is just that good. It's just built different. Why do you have 50% shock when only half the damage is shock for the shotgun? Because we do not have unlimited rerolls, and it was a helpful enchant, so I stuck on it. It's something. Yeah, Butt Stallion boosting the crit skill again? No, I didn't. Butt Stallion only boosted Eagle Eye this time, which is much less impactful. I had much less damage going for me this time. So, like, it might just, yeah. Apply Sawmill to arrow buff and then Great Bow. If it works that way, yeah. I could use a different gun to get the crossbolt molt, though. I could just quad bow. And not eat all my ammo. Some skills you never use on certain characters. I don't take Harvest on Graveborn because it's buggy, and I don't like using bugs and exploits to improve my gameplay. I never take Radiance or Dedication on Clawbringer, they're just bad skills. Now, Blasphemous Favor is also a bad skill, but it has a use. These are just bad and don't have uses. I don't often take Bounty of the Hunt, because if you're using Spore Warden, chances are you're using Barrage, and Barrage is just better ways to get cooldown back. I don't take Called Shot, because it takes too long to get any value out of. Trying to think of other things I never take. Can't think of much. Most of the skills in this game are good. I don't take the tier 1 heal on Berserker, it's just low value. Compared to the other heal Berserker has. Unyielding, I think is the name. 10% per arrow, I believe, is the highest. I don't know. Hey Zazzle, how you doing? Did a ton of work out of the ×3 Stoker Sniper since the buff to eat ammo like candy, damage so good. Oh yeah, this is a sniper enthusiast stream, Zazzle. We've been using snipers to great effect all stream. ×4 Sawmill, let's go. Yes, please. Their chance Called Shot is multiplicative damage. So, every kind of damage, Scroll of Wisdom, is multiplicative damage. That's a non-indicator. If you mean if it's multiplicative with other gun damage, no, it's not. It is just regular gun damage. So, it's just like... At 3 points, it's a decent amount after you've stood there for 10 seconds. But standing there ADSing for 10 seconds means you lose out on all of your other bonuses, means you can't cast spells, use action skills, go down, mantle, move in any significant way. It's just not worthwhile. If they squished it down to like 3 seconds, then I could see Called Shot being very, very good. But until then, nope. So, can someone explain to me why the Kaokon is just worse than the used Great Bow? Like, it consumes way more ammo, does less damage, Stating multiplicative, I inherently imply it's not additive to anything. It is additive with other gun damage. One of the skills got you can ADS and not lose speed. It would be better. It would be, but you'd still be stuck there for a long time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi, how are you? Hi. You come here often? Would you like to? I like great bows, chat. I think I have an unhealthy relationship with sniper rifles in this game now. That's not great. Yeah, it's less than ideal for that skill. Why is a chaotic one still worse? Why is a chaotic Kaokon still worse than a regular used great bow? Great bow enthusiast stream. Amen. Honestly, never fired a sniper in this game. As long as you don't ADS, they're amazing. If you ADS, the sensitivity is awful. But as long as you hip fire, they're amazing. The Carouser, incredible. Sawmill, incredible. Great bow, incredible. Skeet Prod, I need to give some more attention to. Envy, I've not personally used, but I've heard good things about. The Kaokon, just absolutely horrid. One of the just worst weapons in this entire game. Like, it'll do okay damage for the 3 seconds you have ammo, but it'll still do less for that ammo than all the other snipers. Just don't use this one. But all the other snipers are good. Crossblade drop from bunnies? Yes.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Snipers just shotguns built different? Yep. Yep. Snipers are good. So we still need a poison sniper to try and one-shot Bunted Hog. I'll put the fire and the shotgun away so I don't get tempted. Put that blue cake away. Put away that amalgam. Any idea on Gluttony? As far as I know, Gluttony should just be gun damage. Now, when I first tested, I thought melee was scaling up, but I think that was just an error in my spell weaving calculation. So as far as I know, Gluttony's just gun damage. Might be area, maybe, but I don't think it's spell. Envy didn't impress me, but I'm sure with investment get work done. A big thing to remember with Black Powder Ricochets is they can then trigger this, Spore Ward and Capstone, which can then trigger again. So you're talking low odds here, but if you hit that crit, get that ricochet hits an enemy, triggers play the angles, then goes hits another enemy, well that enemy's super dead, but then if you get really lucky, that can ricochet again, hit another enemy, and this is how you accidentally one-shot Parasite on one of the ads. That's not bad. This used bow slaps so hard. Maybe the best enchant for the Crossblade. Depends entirely on your setup and what your other slots have.
C for effort. C minus.
Don't mind me just favoriting all CZ Google Docs. Yeah, a lot of these resources are available in the Discord. Shout out to Send and CZ for all their hard work on damage formula calculations. That stuff's going very well. That is a pinned resource available in the Discord. Should probably also set up a chat command for that once I stop being lazy. But yeah, Sen did like the lion's share of damage formula stuff. CZ assisted greatly, and then there are of course a couple other contributors, but those two in that order did the most work on that, so they should absolutely be applauded. Sen was working on that stuff before the game was even, like, out. Using Barrage, the Spore Warden chance probably the best. Yeah, if you're using Barrage, then Spore Fuse is probably a very difficult thing to justify not using. If I roll to get nothing good and be able to Alt F4 try again, no. Because the game saves on, like, every single action. Like, watch the top left of my screen. Ready? Auto-saving. I picked it up again, it auto-saved again. You do anything, this game auto-saves. Why is the Great Bow my favorite gun? Like, used or not. The Great Bow is just my favorite gun in this game. I love it. I exist to serve the whims of the Great Bow. I am its chosen champion. So no item duping. A lot of the same means people use to do that still exist, Luke. Usually through save scumming. We're gonna get a Great Bow. Chaos Chamber Bunnies. I don't know the actual source, if there is one. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I just get all my stuff from Chaos Chamber, because it's fun. Yeah, Chaos Chamber. You have a Hyperion issue? Shit, I do. Wait, in BL3 it was Hyperion shotguns. In this game it's Hyperion snipers. But is it balanced out by the fact that 50% of the legendary Hyperion snipers in this game are awful? Like, it's the Kaokon, which is completely worthless, and then it's this gun, which is amazing. Let's do Quiver of Holding. Let's go. More ammo regen. I'll take it. Quag at Night praying. Oh, holy Great Bow. What art there going to one shot tomorrow? Great Bow's dedicated drops a shrine encounter in the overworld. Okay, cool. That's pretty convenient, honestly. And then there's also bunnies. Oh, because you'll be a Kaokon stand at C50. You're not wrong. My complaining is probably going to get other people complaining, and then it's going to get buffed by like 500%, and then, you know, 2024 Quag's going to be like, yo, I stand the Kaokon. Yeah. Yeah. How? Rude. Have a great stream. Time work, unfortunately. Take it easy, Borky. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it and the conversation. I hope you have a good one. Hope work is not awful. Hey Hazel, how you doing? This is from Loot Lemon? Okay. Loot Lemon is pretty reliable in general. Not infallible, but reliable. It's a shrine encounter? Yeah, so that'd be one of the overworld dungeons that has a shrine piece the first time you do it. Aw, I was just about to shoot. What spell is that? I'm using an Impaling Ice Spike. Looks like this. Who said it's gonna get buffed? Discord is just gonna piss you off so you find Spaghetti for it. You're not incorrect. Stop knowing me so well, Chris. Stop using your years of watching me lose my mind trying to be contrary. Stop using that against me. It's rude. Oh, we enraged him. Okay. That's fine. Great Bow doesn't care. Slayed unaware foes. Man didn't even know I was here. This is bullying. This is obscene. We stand the Great Bow here. Ooh, Fire Mage Staff. Yes, please. I haven't done anything with Crossbow generated. Ricochet explosives seem interesting. I was trying it out a little bit, Striker. I got a volatile ×4 crossbow generator yesterday, and I briefly messed around with it. The ricochets seem really bad, but I gotta test to see if they can play the angles, because that could maybe give them enough damage to be worth using. So it didn't seem promising so far, but I gotta do more testing. I haven't written it off yet. Make me tempted to use my volatile great bow. I'm saving a one-shot DLC boss. No, just get more. Just get more. I'm using a used one right now. It's okay. It's the used one. Just get another one. It's not even chaotic. It's not even chaotic. Just a used great bow. It can't be enchanted. It's not chaotic. It's not volatile. I used this one to one-shot a raid boss, and then I'm still using the shit version. Because it's still good. How much longer do you reckon you're streaming for? Probably about an hour, less to switch. Probably about an hour.
Ice Bite! Can't run from the storm!
Listening, I'm running out of things here. When these last resorts have been saving. Thanks, looks like a good spell. It's a very good Daredevil. Ice Spikes in general are a very safe pick in this game. You've got a few different delivery methods, but all of them are useful for something. Didn't realize one of them can't be enchanted. So the untouched great bow, like the not used one, can be enchanted, but it loses its enchantment when it gets used and then can no longer be enchanted. Because it becomes a different item. But it does inherit the chaotic volatile status. So that's like a pretty big deal. Clearing Chaos 20 with a fucking used normal legendary great bow. Game hard. Legendary is bad. Uses joke item efficiently. It's an experimentation issue. We just gotta get people more adventurous, trying more things. Now, of course, there's definitely some concerning situations with balance, but like, this gun ain't one of them. With the Clawbringer? With the Clawbringer, yes. The thing with the Awe change is I am against the Awe change. I just want to make that clear again. I do not think Awe should have been changed in the way that it was. Because it didn't hurt this build. This build, I'm still able to aim for a crit spot, bypass crit chance entirely, get the Awe crit bonus. And the crit bonus part of Awe was unchanged. But it's more creative stuff like Clawbringer dot builds were affected by the change. With no recourse. There's a 35% crit damage ring. I mean, it's also spell damage, which is not helping the build at all. So I'm just using this ring for that. Not fighting a boss right now, just using it for that. Priz, stop trying to hurt me. That's bait. I know that's bait. It's working, but stop it.
Magic's back on the menu.
What's your favorite topic, though? Why do my friends bully me? Did I spend more time making purple? Oh, no. No, not you too. Not you too. About this raid boss one-shotting? Yeah, exclamation point Gloop, son. We one-shot Gloop with a great bow. I think it's possible to do it with a used great bow. I just need a better one.
Let's get cooking, little Cinder.
All crit mult being additive to shrine crit mult and that group being multi interesting stuff. Yeah. Aw's crit damage has got a really excellent place in the formula, so it's still a good skill. Just I maintain that it is not on the level of several other tier 5 skills. Because, here, I'll show you what I mean. Awe is this far down the skill tree, right? And it's a 3-point skill. So, you know, you'd expect it to be good, and it is. But when you put it in the context of, okay, this tier on Clawbringer is the worst tier 3 in the entire game. Tier 4 of Clawbringer is really struggling compared to some other tier 4s. Not all, but some. Tier 4 is kind of inconsistent across trees, to be fair. And then Claw Capstone is lower value because of an awkward cooldown than a lot of others. Then you look at Spore Warden. Spore Warden tier 5 is Wrath of Nature and Headhunter, and this is the capstone. Like, when you put Lower Claw in the context of other lower skill trees, it looks really awkward. That's why Awe, despite being a good skill, is still not where I would like it to be. Don't hit the tree.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Plan on doing a maker run? Not yet, but as I get more confident with this, maybe. Maybe. But first, I do have to, I have to run the bathroom real quick. Tiny bladder, too much coffee, BRB. Okay, me back. T3 would be fantastic, yeah. Always hated nerfs, said let people be powerful they want to use it, understand the changes, kind of hate the change of character traits that are permanent. The thing is, power balance affects the longevity of the game. And people get more bored with the game if the balance is just not ideal, which it's a difficult thing to juggle. And more bored people means a smaller community, which means less hype for the game in general, which bodes poorly for the developer, the publisher, the sequels, the DLC. You want to keep your franchise's name in people's mouths as long as possible, right? Bad balance stops that. Is this rude? I feel like this is rude. I need a fire one. I have a fire one, I just haven't used it yet. Hey Karma, how you doing? Oh, my voice is going. I think I was yelling too much from that one shot. I already started losing my voice. Ugh.
slots. Icy death.
Yeah, I didn't need to use that on Banshee, I just did because I could. Lack of balance trust stopped a fair few of the initial BO3 theory characters coming back, which is a pity, as Wonderland's objectively a better game than Borderlands was at this point. Yes, absolute facts. Wonderland so far is their Gearbox's most solid Lands game launch, for sure. You know, bugs and issues aside, hot community reception to balancing aside, it's still their best launch by a wide margin. I love that the Great Bow is ammo efficient. It's so nice. Like, this thing only consuming 2 ammo per shot, it feels so nice. I like this gun, unironically. Guess we'll use Barrage for Wrath of Nature here. There is still a use case for Hammer over Barrage in this setup, for triggering Universal Soldier from range. Barrage gets me more consistent Wrath of Nature, but I don't really need that a lot of the time. Just like a boss instinct.
Ready to cast. Unleash out. Focus on that one.
Awkward. Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Sawmill. Gotta farm a bunch of those antiques to break them, hope for a volatile used on break. T3R would be OP for any claw gun build, but the thing with that is, would that be more or less of a problem in T3 being worthless for most claw builds? Butt Stallion buffed this skill for me, and it takes it from worthless to also worthless. Like, this is only useful for triggering this. That is the only use. And sorry, applying Wrath of Nature. The only use is that it deals some amount of ability damage that isn't 0. This won't kill things. It's a terrible skill. Question, Dark Magic is a status effect. Is it like a direct life leech while active, or is it just guaranteed health regen equal to 5% times 1 plus efficiency for how long it's active? Also, Maker? Hello? Oh. Okay. Hang on, hold that thought. Do I have a way to die? Do I have something that does self-splash damage? I think I'm stuck. How do I... Can I kill myself with a gluttony? Oh, that worked. That, alright, I guess I lose a life that way. Rain of Arrows? Yeah, I don't have one on me. Okay, I guess I lose a life to Gloop because of that bug. It's the first I've seen that. I've heard of it, though. Unfortunate. Yeah, let's use this used Great Bow against Gloop.
Let's not do that again. The cold of the grave.
Tastes like green butt wipes.
Just waited it out? Ah, there's a time on it? Okay, cool. I'm impatient. One cycle gloop with this thing. Legendary is bad, by the way. Hey, Ivan, how you doing?
Good thing I finally learned how to read.
So does the hammer or electric after effect have to hit the weak point for Wrath of Nature? No, it's just gotta damage the target at all. I just switched to Barrage for the bosses to apply it instantly. It's like, whereas with this, I'd have to throw, wait, pull it back, make sure it actually landed. Barrage, I can just hit the button and it's good. I prefer Storm Dragon Judgment for mobbing, though. It's also just more fun. And it has the added bonus of having a chance to trigger this effect. Meme gun, worthless after one shot, uh-huh. The joke item is still a top tier bossing item. You love to see it. No idea how you got a C28 down run to like 6 minutes. It depends on the build, depends on the seed. Drill's Fury is a good gun, by the way. I don't want you guys to think that it's not good because I'm not picking it up. I just have a better one, which is why I'm not picking it up. And it's element locked, so like I don't need more than one. But it's a good gun. Good gun again. I have one already. Come on, give me more great bows. I need a poison one. Is the bunny broken? Well, this is very unfortunate. Best gun for a Warden Berserker build now? There's no such thing as best gun, Dyson. That's not a concept that applies to this kind of game. Because a gun that could be really good in one scenario could be completely awful in another. Example, Crossblade, one of my favorite guns, slaps super hard, looks like this. Completely worthless in any scenario where an enemy is farther than that. Does that make it a bad gun? No, that makes it situational, as with everything in this game. Cough, drill, cough, yeah. Drill, Bernadette, no, those things. Use more than one gun is the style of this game. Absolutely what Silent said. Oh, in this build, we're covering different guns for different scenarios. We have a Crossblade for general purpose, just like our good go-to. I have this Great Bow because it's funny, and then these Sawmills are for bossing. How fast rate of fire was the best for the build? It depends entirely on what your build's prioritizing, what you're going for. So like on this build, fire rate helps a lot, in particular for weapons I'm using right now. There's lots of weapons with fast fire rate. Now, if you narrow down your choice to a specific situation, then you can get closer to, hey, what's the weapon most suited for this? So, like, example, Sawmill is a bossing weapon. It doesn't really have the ammo to be sustainable in mobbing. You can mob with it, and it'll do well, especially if you take like Spore Ward and Capstone for the ricochets, but you don't sustain it well in mobbing, because you can use it for like 2 rooms and then you're out of ammo. So I would recommend a Sawmill for bossing rather than for mobbing. Something like a White Rider, I wouldn't really recommend for bossing. It's definitely a mobbing gun. What's the build of the day? Exclamation point Gloop, Ultra Christie. You'll see something you like. You'll see something you like there. Love the Crossblade, still sad I haven't found a 41 yet. Yeah, you'll get it, Sen. You'll get it. See, this is where Crossblade is a little less useful. Hey, the Duke, how you doing?
So much to conquer.
Can't run from the storm!
But then at close range, Crossblade slaps. You're right, I did like that. Question about dark magic status from earlier. Sure, what's up? I'm just gonna save file. I'm still not at a point where my stuff's concrete enough for me to want to drop save files yet, but I might start doing that soon. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I've been bouncing between builds too much to, like, have them in a state... You guys know how I was a perfectionist with builds in BL3. I'm kind of doing the same thing, except with a much smaller, like, body of knowledge and access to gear. So it's kind of taking a bit longer. But it's going well. Dropping a banger dark magic toss build in your Discord. Let's go. At this point, the super bow is spent. Yet it's still good. Here's the thing. We can still just kind of murder all the enemies with it. Like this. This is the used great bow. And it slaps. Is it a direct life leech that I get while it's active, or is it like regen originates from the target? It originates from the target. The best way to get more out of your dark magic leeching homie data is multiple targets. You're not going to get a significant amount from a single target. Mobbing with it is the way. So you're going to want alternative survivability methods against, say, a single boss. But in mobbing, if you get a dark magic dot on like 3 enemies, that can sustain you through a lot of attacks. I don't know if you saw, but Rogue and Brax don't get spell, melee, gun, or ability for pin damage. Yeah, I wouldn't expect they would get... I would have expected gun, honestly, but the other ones that make sense to me. Them not getting gun is weird. The rest of it, I'm like, eh, whatever. So way to prevent the Great Bow from breaking? No. It flat out changes to a different item when you shoot it. Scroll of Wisdom. That's like part of its effect. But, as you can see from this, you don't really need to prevent it because it's still very usable. And like, I'm not capitalizing on it very hard here. I could be running an amp ward as well.
funeral.
Tested with them for gun and tried everything else, see if they got any of them. Curse Wit too. I personally try to stay away from the Curse Wit. It's too easy access to damage. Like, I don't feel like I have to work for it much with Curse Wit. I prefer to challenge myself a little more. I don't have anything against people running Curse Wit. I ran it a lot for, like, the first week of the game. I think I burned myself out on it from overuse, and I was just like, I'd rather get damage in more interesting ways. That's just me personally. Hey, Alshin, how you doing? It's Lightning Bolt Toss for your area. You had change element, it was only poison. You can get it in any element, Silent. Any element. Note that I would not recommend getting a shock one because a non-elemental inferior will still generate a shock lightning bolt, but with a higher base damage. So, avoid shock, just get non-ele instead for that. Or lightning, you know, you know what I mean. But yeah, you can get in any element. Thought that barrel was gonna down me, that's why I waited by the mushroom. Hey Rick, how you doing? Good to see you. Wonderland's legendary is bad? Yeah, I think not. There's, of course, some legendaries that are, but, like, systemically, no. Just, like, experiment, though. Build around items rather than slapping items on builds. That's the big thing to remember with Wonderland's legendaries. They are more unique than previous games' legendaries. Like, we've never had a gun that uses itself up in a single shot permanently before. Yo, that's unique. Just lots of things of that nature, doing something we've never seen on a gun before. And a byproduct of that is a lot of these items do need more of a build around them to be truly desirable. Which I don't think is a bad thing at all. In fact, I prefer it that way. Oh, they put in more slam effects? Me too, me too. I really enjoyed slam builds in BL3. We've only got the one so far. Vorkanar's Cog. I'd like to see more. Mana Well was such a cool item they introduced late in BL3's life. It was a slam effect, and I believe that was in the Bunker Master's vault card. So, like, it'd be thematically appropriate to include that effect in some way again. The fact that used Grapo is this tank makes me smile. Imagine something like a hot drop and poison. That'd be cool. More poison damage sources in general in the game would make me happy. Four shots for a badass? It's not bad. Hey, Stone Swan. Did you see we one-shot Gloop with a great bow? And now we're using the used one, and it actually slaps really hard. Like, unironically, it's just a good gun.
No, that's the good stuff.
Angie Pasta. Alright, after the run. After the run.
This'll come.
Or actually, maybe not, because my voice is kind of going on me. Can we put a moratorium in that one? I'll owe you one next stream. Hey yo, hey Braun, how you doing? How's Drill's Fury? Really good for mobbing hearts. The tendrils have a good range, and then they go through walls as well. Also, the gun triggers both halves of awe, fire, and lightning damage. It's really good. Gloop Gloop is fun. I'm glad you like it. I'll probably tweet it out. Get some engagement over there. I messed with the Great Bow Osmond for selling. Yeah, we one-shot a raid boss with it, and now we're using the used version. We one-cycled the same raid boss with a used one, which we can do again at some point, but I wanna test out the sawmill. I wanna see if the used Great Bow is faster for Gloop than a sawmill, because it fucking might be. And that's scary, because the sawmills are really good. What classes would you run for exclusive Black Powder build pistol snipers? Spell Shot for sure. Probably Spell Shot Spore Warden, because Black Powder ricochets can trigger play the angles. So probably Spell Shot Spore Warden, silent. Got a chaotic ones figured out, ask, thank you. Yeah, no problem. It's a really good gun. I like Drill's Fury a lot for mobbing. Got a chaotic Heck Waiter. I've not yet. I've not used that yet. That probably ricochets pretty well with play the angles, right? High projectile count, fast fire rate. That's probably pretty good. Alright, how are we gonna disrespect Banshee this time? We did use Great Bow on her last run. We've been doing a lot of Crossblade to her. I guess we could Sawmill her a little bit. Oh yeah, I think she was just cryo.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Yeah.
Ice bite. Ah. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely.
Hey Rorix, how you doing? Hope your day is treating you well.
Let's get cooking, little Cinder. Energy's empty.
Hey Vocal Assassin, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Oh, welcome in new friends. We are messing around with sniper rifles a lot today. Sniper rifles in this game are so good. Oh, my mushroom died. Oh, downside's no chance, still shreds. Yeah, it's not stopping me with the Great Bow. Main right now is Clawbringer. I was thinking of rolling another character. I was thinking maybe Spore Grave. I want a combo that's got some fun D&D roleplay aspects. I really like Clawbringer still. Even post-Awe change, once again, I don't think it was a good change, but I'm still enjoying the character in spite of that. There's no need to give up on Claw or anything. What do I like the most thematically? I suppose Stabomancer Berserker is like very, very strong flavor of, hey, I hit thing with object. Going through story with Spellshot Grave combo. Want to see how that goes endgame. Ooh. Spellshot Grave does a lot of very, very strong stuff. Definitely worthwhile. Anyone try the new AR? It's kind of fucking slaps. Quadbow? Quadbow's sick. Hey Deskline, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, Quadbow is sick. I enjoy the Quadbow a lot. Really good crossbolt spam. should save ammo. I need more ammo. Oh, I turned around at the worst possible second. That was... Ooh. I should have paid more attention there. My fault. Do your thing again so I don't have to use more ammo than I want to. Do the thing. Do the thing. That's not the thing. Spawner random is pretty cool. It's bugged though at the moment. They've yet to confirm if that's a bug. There's some items they intentionally don't have enchantable. I don't know why.
Don't think I don't smell you now.
Hope one of these lads is an idiot.
There we go. Hey, Bear Dragon, how you doing? Want to do some spell spam kind of stuff after my crit focus stab over playthrough? Yeah, spell spam on Spell Shot Grave is definitely very, very powerful.
Just squishy and gross.
I'm unintelligent sometimes. Ah! That's a mimic. That's so toxic. Mimics can spawn in here? That's just mean. Got the sawmill? Yes. Sawmill slabs real hard. Okay, we have enough ammo. Toxic? What do you mean? Just because I bullied this raid boss several times today does not make me toxic. Makes me good at my job.
Never send the corpse to do a killing job. Let's make this interesting.
Okay, sawmill is still faster. But, like, you can use a sawmill or a great bow. Do duper characters here like in BL3? Not quite. Not quite. Copying the same character doesn't register it as a separate save, which is unfortunate. Hey Nola, how you doing? Thunder Anime doing crazy shit on Spore Warden. Ooh, the ricochets, homie data? I'll have to give that a shot. I think I have one. We could try it out. I do have one. I have a chaotic one. Let's mess about with that. Can Black Powder Snipers be just as good? Yeah, the Carouser boosted Bandcamp, extremely good gun. Carouser is really, really good. Look out for this one. I've not used the Envy much, but the Envy I've been told is at least decent. But the Carouser is really good. Need to level each character separately who has the time. I just take saves of friends, honestly. Yeah. I like the leveling process in this game, and I've gone through it a couple times, but at a certain point I need a mule, and I just grab someone else's save and I use that. Stream audio is amazing in my end. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Genuinely, I like to hear that. Favorite weapon from each game? That's a good question. I really like the BL1 Sledge's Shoddy. Probably that one from that game. Just because it's fun. BL2. What do I like from BL2? This is a tough one. I like the Lead Storm from BL2. Lead Storm was great. TPS, I like the machine. BL3. What did I like the most for BL3? There's so many guns I love in that game. Breath of the Dying. If I had to pick one right now, Breath of the Dying in BL3. And then in this game, probably either the Crossblade or the Great Bow. Lucky 7, right, Quag? Yeah. No, I picked up the wrong gun. What did I pick up? Favorite that. So compare these. What if I told you these are both raid boss melting weapons? Yeah, Kevin, it is good. Gun good. Yeah. Butcher? I like the Butcher. I think I burnt out on the Butcher. Butcher was favorite for a while. Like, there's too many guns. I'm bad at picking favorites. There's just too many good ones. Give it Hyperion, I swear. A lot of community members here like to roast me for my addiction to Hyperion shotguns in BL3, so I try to pick other things. Another sawmill. What that liquid coolest do? Hey Pollution, how you doing? Sell it, you won't? You're right, I won't. Think you won't have to make her with that great bow? Shit, maybe. Maybe. It's possible. Like, what's the card damage on this? Like, fucking maybe, honestly. 6.5 times 7. That with a Deuce's Amp Hilt active. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think it's impossible. I'll say that much. I was like, what's that behind you? It's a cat. Cat. Kevin. It's Kevin. Yes, buddy, hi. I was expecting BL2 longbow, almost unironic. It's not your fault BL3 had so many good Hyperion shotguns like the Reflux. Yeah. Class you rockin'? This is a Clawbringer Spore Warden right now. And we did just use this setup to one-shot a raid boss and then bully it with a couple other sniper rifles. Sniper rifles are the boss-killing gun in this game. The boss-killing gun. Does it say Wolfric? It sure is. It sure is. BL1 love Double Anarchy, BL2 Liuda, though I love making folks cringe using Infinity. Nice. Yeah, let's try out this anima. Put a little more stuff in the bank. My bank's at 507 again, though. Oh no. I have a problem. Put away that gluttony for now.
Enter if you dare.
I actually want to try Claw Spore. It's really fun. Really fun. Kind of damage to the poison explosion on Pandemisium. It doesn't really get much. It gets area damage, global bonuses, but it's not very good. I'll just save you some time. So what's this name of this gun? Ricochet as well, right? Oh, there's some lightning bolts. What does that, like, do? Oh, the enemies around the map are dying. My game don't like that. It's making my game hang a fair bit. And I'm reloading quite a lot. Liquid cooling really that bad now? No, it's not. The liquid cooling is still good for specific situations. That's the thing. That's the thing. Do I think it needed to lose that much damage? No, that was just a byproduct of how they corrected its issue. But is it worthless? Also no. For example, against blue raid boss, liquid cooling is still among the better options. When mobbing in general, if you have a high crit rate or precise accuracy, it's still one of the better options. Remember, card DPS is not always indicative of performance of weapon. Example, the Crossblade card, this gun hits way harder than that 1k damage indicates. What else? Livewire hits way harder than 189 damage indicates. A White Rider hits way harder than that damage indicates. In previous games, we've had things like that, you know, weren't really representative of their performance.
Hope that works out for you.
I just like hammer throw better. Visual pollution of the gun, yeah. BL1 and 2 Hellfire SMG built around that, melts everything. Yeah, in BL1 it had the dot stacking thing, which was really strong. It was okay. Yeah, how can you see using this gun? I don't think you could see if you use this. Like, I thought people were exaggerating. You really cannot see using this gun. Huh. Like, when the effect triggers, it's... Nope. Alright, gun's good, but... there's enough visual pollution. I think I'm okay. Rogue Hip? Yeah, haven't tried that on this build yet. Dots good in this game? Very. Irish Whiz. Very good. Dots are extremely capable in this game. With this much fire rate, this shit overheats so fast. Like, it's almost worth using amp on this thing because of how few shots you get. I'm gonna make it a Quagbow build. I mean, quad, or do I? My melee build currently uses a quad bow. It's a Dreadwind setup. I'm still working on that, but work in progress. Probably have that ready for stream on Monday. You don't see, you just shoot. I don't know how to describe it, but I recall in Borderlands multiple elements of damage had bonus damage if I recall correctly, but it's just on one character. It's been a while. I played a role in recently. You could stack multiple of the same type of dot up. Yeah, that was the thing. And there was like an incentive for doing so. And elements were just different in BL1. Elements did a lot of cool stuff that I would like to see carried forward into the main series Borderlands again. Like, shock damage stunning things was cool. No longer does that. Don't blame me. I want to go back to my meme bow. This thing shoots wyverns unreal, right? Can we get any Pestilence Gargoyle vibes going? Not really. It seems they accounted for that with the gun. Collected all the dice. This character has all the dice, I believe, but for example, my Spellshot Spore Warden has exactly 69 dice because 1, funny number, and 2, I do not care enough for the dice. And I get plenty of drops. Like, you don't really need the dice. It is an elective thing. I realize it's one of those things that's like, but I could have more luck. But at the end of the day, it is just luck. I've gotten chamber runs, like on this character, for example, which has all dice, where it just would not give me anything. And I've gotten on my characters with very low dice, full legendaries. It is still luck at the end of the day. And if you don't want to go through the gameplay of getting all the dice, you don't have to. Hey Swin, how you doing? Did a Dreadwind build? Fun as fuck if you can set it up? Yeah. That Ricochet almost one-shot that Iclops. It was lovely. Chose to collect all the dice because I want to see that 100% for the first time? Yeah. Just do that. No shot hitting something that small at that range with a great bow. 100% dice should be account-wide. Honestly, Wushi, I don't feel that strongly about it. Woshi, excuse me. I don't feel that strongly about it. It wouldn't affect me either way if they changed it or left it the same. I ultimately just don't care. Saw somewhere they're diminishing returns on the dice. Is that true? No. No, it's not. Especially considering you get a lump bonus at having all dice, so if anything, the opposite is true. You get increasing value. Like, you get this 35% loot luck here for having all the dice, so you do just get more value for more of them. I like the idea of 100% dice once, just because there's a couple side missions that are funny you need to do for them, but it is time consuming. Setup you doing for Dreadwind? I did Chillmonger for nasty blast chill procs. I was doing Stabo, obviously Berserker, Stabomancer. Alchemical Agent, it's just like real good. So I was doing that because Stabo also gives a bunch of movement speed, and then using the Dreadwind enchant. So I'd have kind of shorter Dreadwinds, but I'd build up a lot of movement speed that I could then take into the next Dreadwind. Because I'm running a Thurge. So it'd be like, spin on 1 to 4 targets, kill them real quick, and then run around shooting my quad bow to put crossbolts in, and then bonking them with a melee weapon, taking them out that way. Until I have, while spamming my arcane bolt for cooldown. Until I have Dreadwind back, and then just rinse and repeat. That's how the setup's been playing. The urge to spin. Point of dice is supposed to be character only, otherwise I get 50 legendaries by level 10. Yeah, and then people have the complaint about too many drops in playthroughs again.
C for effort. C minus.
And that's why you don't trust people on the internet. Yeah. Always check the sources. I think not having global dice is fun. I wish they were marked after completing 100% like the first time, like marbles are. Yeah, something I do wish is that dice had map markers. You know, marbles will get a map marker, poetry pages get a map marker when you get close. Dice don't do that. That would be very nice. Like, even if you haven't picked it up, it's just showing up on the map if you get close enough to it, would be big. Why people complain about too many drops on the looter shooter? Because at the end of the day, some people don't believe that other people getting items creates a good experience for them. Yeah, it's weird, it's toxic, it's very egocentric, but it is a view held by a lot of people in the LANs community that people getting any quantity of drops makes their gameplay experience worse. I don't understand it. This idea of scarcity equaling personal value doesn't hold up, but it's something I've harped on a lot about, so...
Decisions.
That's why I think all forms of farming should be more free about how they give you items. Like, sure, increase dedicated drop rates. Sure, Chaos Chamber Bunnies give you a lot, but that's a good thing. Sure, world drops should be plentiful. Like, if you get the drop, then you can then make a build with the drop. You can then experiment with the drop. Like, that's the appeal of items for me. It's not, ooh, I finally got one orange beam after 50 hours of gameplay, and it's a fucking sword explosion. Like, I don't care about that.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. What have we here?
End up getting world drops nerfed because it's too rewarding. I don't think it's that simple, Rapid Fire. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think the farming in this game's too bad right now. Now, with further Chaos tiers, we'll have to see how it goes. But I think it's fine. Now, we still have lots of variance in armor parts, for example, but in terms of if the enchantment situation were resolved, I think weapons are in a far better place in terms of acquisition than they were in, say, BL3. Getting a weapon with a specific item part you're going for and having it perform. I think that's in a better place than it was in BL3. Just once you include enchantments and then chaos tiers, then it starts getting a little muddy. But I think we have a better framework this time. I think this game just did most things better than BL3. And I say that as someone who absolutely loved BL3. This game just did most things better. Extra projectile and a dazzler. What's the point? Loot die is just a multiplier. If you're multiplying small numbers, doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah, loot luck scales up with character level. But you would reach a point where you'd be more likely to see drops. Now, that doesn't change that you can still completely luck out. For example, Joel's got a Buffmeister at, I want to say, level 6? It's either 6 or 9. Level 6 or level 9. But he got a Buffmeister and was like, bro. I think that was his exact response. I know someone else who got a Glacial Cascade, or no, it was a Frozen Orb, at level 8. Ooh, triple ice spike, yes please. So, like, it's still possible to get those drops early. Imagine getting a Crossblade at, like, level 5 or something. Lazy got a Liquid Cooling at level 10 that carried his entire playthrough. What gun is that? This is the used antique great bow. Yes, the joke item that can't be enchanted that this turns into after using the antique great bow once. Yes, this is this gun. It's good. It's a good gun. Legitimately. I got my first legendary at like level 30. What was my first one? I think I got a Saw Blades at level 18. I think that's what mine was. My first post-launch playthrough anyway. Like 16, 17, 18, something around there. I got a Saw Blades. I just get a cooling at 10 or 12, those separate playthroughs. It might have been the same one, might have been separate ones. I know we got one at 10. Got a Buffmeister at 12. I do have footage of this. In the demo, the Mount Craw demo, we were given to play pre-launch. The first legendary, the only one I actually got in my playtime, was a Buffmeister. I was like level 19, something like that. Oh, he's the one heard a rumor with us? Yeah, that's fine. So what happens is I'll compare, because I happen to have... So the item on the right, the antique great bow, you shoot it one time, and then it breaks and turns into the item on the left, the used antique great bow. So you get one shot from an antique great bow. One. But that one shot, look at that damage. 6528 times 7. That is absurd. And we used it to one-shot a raid boss today. You can do exclamation point gloop, and you can see what we did. We had a... Like, this used one was not used at the time. And we used it to one-shot the blue raid boss. That's how strong that gun is. but like even used with investment, it can still be a good gun. Like it's one of the more ammo efficient snipers, high projectile count, decent base damage. Like 462 times 7 is still high card damage. Just can't be enchanted. What does volatile mean? So chaotic and volatile are the first of the two chaos tier sort of sub-rarities. But basically what it translates to is a chaotic item is +2 character levels worth of stats. A volatile item is +4 character levels worth of stats. And they've confirmed that these there will be more of these going forward as we get more and more chaos levels. So you have a 1.41% chance on only Chaos 20 to get a volatile item. That's +4. But in any chaos level, you have a chance of chaos.
Knock you all down!
Yeah, we could kill Banshee with this again, but let's just saw them.
Cool your head!
Eldritch Wyvern just teleported me on top of the map. Nice.
Gonna need more magic! Let's make this interesting! Bet you wish you turned away. Are you stupid enough to mess with me? Ah, that's the good stuff.
There we go. Find your wildfire build. I just kind of put it together today so far, long shot. I'm still working on it. I'll probably put something together covering this setup, but I did just put this together like on stream today. So work in progress. What ring bonus passive would you aim for on a black powder build, snipers? Crit damage if you can get it. Depending on your choice of weapon, mag size or reload speed. Sniper mag size would be pretty good for like a sawmill. Which gun are we gonna bully Gloop with this time, chat? Used great bow again? Yeah, we'll do used great bow again. Saving this one, because I'm gonna use this. If anything, we're gonna use this for a maker one shot eventually. I gotta theory craft that out though. And I suppose instead of body rune for use of this, we could go with something else, but like I'm trying to think of what. What would be a ward we could use that we don't need someone to break for us, that wouldn't be an amp one? What would be one we could use for the used great bow? Not the one shot, just for boss melt on blue. Anyone got ideas for that? Wonder if you could hit one of the mods on Echo Gloop. Maybe. One of the mobs. Is kill new boss of the DLC? Maybe, Azer. Maybe. I'm gonna save it either way, though. Special occasion. That gun you can only use one time? Yeah. We used one shot of that to one-shot the raid boss. And now we've got the used-up version. This is the very same gun. This is what it turned into. This used great bow. And we're gonna use that to still kill the raid bosses quickly. Or the blue one specifically in this case. Stone, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate it. Ancient Deity? Honestly, maybe Rapid Fire. Yeah, that might be the play. That might be the play. Because it's something that's going to provide me damage on all of the shots. Ancient Deity's probably the move.
Interesting.
Where'd the poison damage come from? Oh, mushroom. I was like, what?
That one in particular. The cold of the grave.
Easy.
Welcome to the next level.
With the joke sniper rifle, by the way. Wish my pings wouldn't miss. Where's a good spot to ping this thing? Oh, up there. Okay. Sawmill go burr. Oh no, I'm down. What am I gonna do? Haha, Sawmill. You find this new gun? Which new gun? I'm not using any new guns. This is the best gun for killing bunnies in Maker Fight. I've been running out of ammo in my Pixie Chuck. Torgue sticky shotguns are really good for that. The White Rider and the Live Wire are very good at that. Those tend to be what I use for that. The one you're using? This is the Sawmill. You can get this from, it's one of the Overworld Shrine encounters. I don't remember which one. But also the Chaos Chamber Bunnies. ×4 SMG, yeah, that works for that as well. Yeah, nice and cozy run. Let's try to get more great bows. I still want a poison one to bully Bunidhogg with. We have a fire chaotic for Bark. We've already done Gloop, and we got another frost one, a volatile. I want a chaotic poison one. Or even a non-chaotic one. Another antique great bow. I'm taking all the great bows. We take all of them. Dox's Chaos Chambers? I must have been thinking of the other gun. Yeah, so it'd just be the bunnies then. I understand it was new. No, he was probably saying it's like a new focus of people. Like, there's a lot of focus shifting to the Sawmill as a bossing option now that people are forced, or at least not forced, they feel like they're forced to stop using Liquid Cooling. Liquid Cooling's still a good gun and was never better at boss DPS than the Sawmill, but it was easier and more popular. But with the reduction in the Liquid Cooling's damage and the increase in the Sawmill's damage, it's just even more apparent. Found the refusal to enchant gun. Which one? Because there's a few. Saying Liquid Cooling's garbage now. I personally wouldn't call it garbage. It's a lot weaker, but it still has use cases. It's still, for example, against the blue raid boss. If you don't have, you know, a great bow setup like I'm doing, or a really good Torgue sticky setup, then Liquid Cooling is still among the better options for that raid boss specifically, because Frost on Bone doesn't stop shooting as long as you're hitting a crit spot, which you are doing during that burn phase, and it provides you uninterrupted DPS in a time where you need to not stop because the damage window is limited, right? It's perfect for that. Still great for that. Now, in terms of general purpose, you're gonna be better off with more situational weapons. It's not like a do-everything-for-you gun anymore. Wasn't the Gluttony? It was the Throwable Hole? Yeah, Throwable Hole is non-enchantable. There are a lot of guns that are worse at toned down liquid cooling. Yeah, and something I've seen people see is they make the claim that liquid cooling is worse than a purple Skulldugger pistol. And my response to that is, how many seconds can you shoot that Skulldugger before stopping? And then how many liquid cooling shots do you get during those reloads? Liquid cooling's still higher DPS. Now, once again, do I think it needs to be as low as it is now? No, but it's still good. Just not as good. Like this. This is the thing people are claiming is now better than liquid cooling. Obviously not this projectile count, but like, it's not. It's an exaggeration born of some understandable distaste with some of the changes. But still, precision in feedback is important with this kind of thing. Put away that ice spike before I forget about it. The cooling legit still fine? Yeah, it's just situational. It is not a do everything instead of having a build gun. If you did not have a build and your build was being carried by the liquid cooling, then yeah, liquid cooling would feel like shit. If your build is suited to other guns than the liquid cooling, those guns will feel better than the liquid cooling. Example, on this gun clawbringer build, for example, this Crossblade is going to feel way better. Not only because of its damage, but also because mechanically it's more suited to the class. Lightning and fire both trigger awe together. I get full uptime on both effects of awe. High mag, so I can spam this thing. Pierces enemies, just good behavior. Now, the Crossblade has the drawback of, you know, I couldn't hit that statue from here. See, like, it just doesn't connect. So it's not a do-everything gun. I need to switch to another weapon. This sawmill absolutely shreds bosses, as you guys saw with the green raid boss, or the yellow one, excuse me. But if I was to run around and mobbing using this, I wouldn't have ammo. So, like, just use multiple guns is the thing. Liquid cooling is no longer a use for everything gun. It is now a, okay, pull it out for this situation gun. Even if you have a frost build, I wouldn't recommend using it for everything because, again, the damage went down to a point where ammo will become a big, big problem. Have you used it much since the first couple days? How does Envy feel now? I haven't used it much either, Swin. Hey, Big Tom. I'm not sure what you mean by that statement, considering they still buffed as many things as they nerfed. So, like, how does that determine? Does that do we round down to nerf instead of rounding up to buff? Like, what's the calculus there? But in terms of if you're asking about that, I mean, we one-shot a raid boss with a joke item, so I'm doing just fine on a clawbringer. I'm doing just fine. Like, the frustrating thing about this, we'll do another one. The frustrating thing about this, right, is, as a whole, I didn't care for the hotfix changes either. But, like, accurately represent the issues. Joke item, yes. We use the Great Bow. Now, not only do we one-cycle the blue raid boss with this, the used Great Bow, not even chaotic, but we one-shot the boss with one pull of the trigger with one of these. Now, it wasn't volatile, the one we used, it was just chaotic, but... I heard people on Twitter saying they're gonna stop playing the game because of liquid cooling or something like chill. Like, once again, if you're that emotionally attached to one item and that adamant that it's the only thing that's allowing you to play the game, then yeah, the change was for you. Because this game is built on experimentation and creativity. Like, it's a fantasy world inside of another fantasy world. The entire point is being creative. So, like, if you're leaning that hard on one item that it destroys your world when it gets toned down, despite the fact that it's still viable, then maybe you were the target. Like, people are gonna feel the same way if and when the Buffmeister ever gets changed. They didn't learn how to play without it, so, like, they're gonna feel lost. Been an infinity pistol kind of weapon found yet? Liquid cooling. Liquid cooling lets you shoot for a long time. Thanks, Mushroom. Turn about the awe skill. I think that the awe skill shouldn't have changed. I think that it was an unnecessary change, or at least the magnitude was, you know. It affected some kinds of builds more than others. I do have one build that was just kind of hit extremely hard by that change. I'm not happy about it, but you're still viable. Burn when Buffmeister's bug, just regular Buffmeister. Buffmeister in its entirety is an item that it fills the same role that the liquid cooling did, where people were choosing to use that instead of having build integrity elsewhere. So they don't have a build, they just have that item that you can slap on anything and get by. That is what people are using the Buffmeister for. And there's legitimately impressive builds, boss speed kills, that do not need it to function, yet use it anyway, because why wouldn't you? Buffmeister is not fine, Big Tom. Let's go over this. Let's put this one to bed. Let's put this one to bed. Used to add other elements? Yes, and you're using an overpowered item. Now, I'm not saying you can't use it. I'm not saying you can't enjoy it, but saying it's not overpowered? Not reality. Once again, if people are having fun using it, yeah, Arthur Mergen. If people are enjoying using it, by all means. But a big thing with games like this that are structured around build crafting, longevity is impacted by poor balance. Poorly balanced games die faster. And dead games don't receive support, don't receive sequels, don't get attention. And from a strictly business perspective, dead games also don't make money. At least not additional money. Okay, so here, we've got a write-up on the exact functionality of the Buffmeister. All Buffmeisters give a move speed boost of a value that on level 40, we'll go off level 40 values here, 60% movement speed. Every single Buffmeister does this innately, no matter what it rolls. At level 40, they all do that. The Zap word gives you 80% spell damage. The Bonk word gives you 80% melee damage. Kachow gives you 80% ability damage and 65% ability crit chance. Pew gives you 60% increased handling accuracy and recoil reduction, 25% fire rate, and 40% reload speed. And then every Buffmeister also gives you a bonus element based off of the value of the Buffmeister's card damage, which scales to a ridiculous degree, and if it happens to be a cryo one, that bonus element also increases with spell damage boost. Yes, you can use a Buffmeister that rolls Zap to increase its own bonus element. So this thing isn't just, hey, a nice boost to build. It does, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 things that nothing else in that weapon slot, nothing else in that item slot does. 11 things that nothing else does at values that give you bigger bonuses than entire skill trees combined. You can like the item, you can use the item, you can enjoy the item, more power to you, but pretending it's not overpowered is rejecting reality. So, I will not give you shit for using it. I choose not to use it. But its impact on the items around it is a profoundly negative one.
Good thing I finally learned how to read. Quite the collection.
I feel a storm coming.
You know Garwood? I do. Garwood's a good dude. One of my favorite weapons super gamers like you often remind me, oh, thanks for that by the way, by asking why you're building around that weapon rather than build all around, great point. Right, like, building around a weapon to make a weapon good is part of the core nature of builds in this game. But when an item is good in spite of everything around it, that's not building. That's just an item being really good. And if an item is good to that degree, doing things nothing else does, to the point where people ask about builds through the lens of, why not Buffmeister? They won't ask why I'm using a certain spell, they'll ask why I'm not using Buffmeister. That is problematic. That is the problem. It's not Tiny Tina's Buffmeister lands. You know? Like... I like video games. I do too. I like my video games that I enjoy being all that they can be. Living up to their potential. And I like having fun in my community with fellow build crafters. And you know what turns off build crafters? Bad balance. That is simply how I choose to play the game. Now, if you do not choose to play your games that way, more power to you. We don't have to agree. But my way of playing is not any less valid than yours. What Spore Warden armor should I be looking out for? If you can get a Berserker Spore Warden, what's the order on that? I forget the order. Spore Warden Berserker, or Berserker Spore Warden. One order of that rolls with points in Wrath of Nature. Getting extra points in that is huge for your damage output on any Spore Warden setup. So I'd recommend that. Problems with start balancing around Buffmeister, everyone else suffers, and you have to use it to actually play the game. Yes, we saw what happened with that when they started designing raid boss mechanics around the B shield. Veracitus was a boss they created directly to counter player strategies. That's why it does a 1 damage Nova. That's to turn off the B shield, by the way. As soon as you end up in a situation where an item is that game defining, you've reached a problem. Heard people say use Zerker or Frost Class item over Spore with Wrath for more benefit. Is that true? No, Dyson. Not really. From a pure formula standpoint, Wrath of Nature is just more valuable than anything else you mentioned there. B plus unlisted projectiles, not just B, item plus exploit. Correct, correct. However, the core functionality of the B providing a damage number not tied to the item meant that you could, and did, see instances of people doing things like running around with level 1 guns, fighting raid bosses, because your gun choice, the damage of your gun didn't matter as much as the number of times your gun was hitting. And the same thing happens with the Buffmeister in this game, by the way. The same exact parameters. Your gun choice, in terms of its actual damage, matters less than the application of said damage. That is why, for the first 2 days of the game, people were adamant that you couldn't use anything and match up DPS-wise with a ×4 Nightshade or Spriggan. People were adamant about this because they were using Buffmeisters, and you're getting 4 instances of Buffmeister bonus element per shot, rather than, say, other guns where you're getting 1, or 2, or 3. What's your myth rank? What is my myth rank? 368. I will be personally limiting myself to no more than 20 in each of the uncapped nodes, so my final total will be whatever that adds up to. Currently I have 1 in melee damage, 1 in spell damage, 5 in ability damage, and 3 in gun damage. Actually crazy went the whole of BO3 without a B-like thing. They just put up Buffmeister Wonderlands. Well, BO3 had its own questionable balance situations, like buffing an item by 500% that no one thought needed a buff. Like, that kind of stuff happened in BO3. It's a different beast. I'd say they're incomparable. Base hit on Envy is okay, crit is pretty crazy. Yeah. Offer a metaphor for Buffmaster. Imagine you're breaking some rocks with hammers and someone has a bulldozer breaks every rock. Yeah. Kind of makes the hammer look a little silly. And the solution is not turning every hammer on the planet into a bulldozer. especially because this bulldozer has the ability to, like, go through walls or something. Like, some kind of nonsensical shit that it doesn't need, but just can do anyway. And not go through walls in the, you know, every bulldozer goes through wall sense, but is in literally phasing through without touching the wall type shit. You get the idea. This metaphor is getting weird the more we use it. Buffing 2 skills to balance a whole character for Mayhem 10? Right. Like, and the Mayhem 10 balance situation was created by, why did you increase enemy health by 10,000 when you could have done 5,000? Big Number is our enemy. And Buffmeister is nothing but a collection of Big Number. That's why Chaos levels feel so great. Because we don't have enforced refarm of gear for every Chaos level, and the health value increases are not Borderlands 3's 10,000%. They're not Borderlands 2's, you know, enemies are just double-dipping DR for another 10 character levels, you know. It's much more moderate. It's much more mild. It's an achievable form of progression. Chaos levels far better implemented than both OP levels and Mayhem levels.
The spoils of war.
Ah yes, bulldozer go through walls. You get what I'm getting at, Vocal Assassins, which is the first weird thing I could think of. Was the highest Wrath of Nature roll for Class Mod 3? Yes. Yes. After this run, can you show build? Absolutely. Absolutely. Could you do me a favor and remind me in the loot room? I have a terrible short-term memory. Just remind me in the loot room. And I'll do it. Can Body Ruin roll 2 additional? No, only 1. Only 1. Rolls either 1 or 0. If you're able to bring one weapon from any of the Borderlands games to Wonderlands, which weapon would it be? None of them. Because I don't like the concept of returning weapons. Because it leads to situations where something is doomed to be disappointing, such as the Hellfire in every game after Borderlands 1, in comparison at least. Such as the Sword Explosion in this game. It just makes the weapon a balancing pit. Either you have to continually focus resources to get it to a point where it pleases the nostalgia gamers, or it's doomed to be awful. I want my clairvoyance, and your clairvoyance still exists in Borderlands 3. Where it can never be tarnished, because it will always be good in Borderlands 3, because it's in Borderlands 3. That's how I feel about returning items. Now, occasionally, there's one that's thematically appropriate. But that does not render it immune to being a problem. Like, Sword Explosion is, you know, thematically appropriate to come back in this game. Doesn't make it a good item. Doesn't make it any less, oh, I got that, when you hit the shotgun bunny going for any other legendary shotgun and you get that one.
Here comes the thunder!
Like, think about it. Sword Explosion is the literal worst, bunny droppable legendary shotgun. There's no contest. The Gyre is better.
Looks like magic's
The Hawken's better. The Crossblade is way better. And then the non-uniques are better. So, like... But because you had to bring that item back, it's just polluting the pool. So either you bring an item back, you make it powerful, and people don't try any of the new things you worked hard on designing, or you bring the item back, and it's awful. I do not see the value in either of those. Especially because Wonderland's weapon designers worked their asses off, and they made some truly unique and cool things. Like the great bow that I'm using right now. I fucking love this gun. Once again, Crossblade. Crossblade's sick as well. They'd never designed a weapon like the Crossblade before. Don't you miss the woodblocker? Woodblocker was not as bad as people made it out to be. I wish they would have given it back its buff they accidentally took. But, no. No, I don't miss any weapons. If I miss a weapon from a previous game, I will boot up the previous game. Aww, pain. We'll do it again. If I miss a weapon from a previous game, I will just play that game. That is how I work. I think it's pretty terrible. It used to have one of the higher crit multipliers in the game. Now, they accidentally, when implementing the crossplay patch, it lost its hotfix on every platform except for PS4. So PS4 woodblockers can still get like 110% crit chance, or crit damage, excuse me, a multiplier on their woodblocker, which makes it actually pretty good. But no other platform can, because of a bug. With that crit mult, gun's pretty good. Why do I go this way? Why am I weird? Thought everyone missed getting Malik's veins everywhere, right? I do want Maggie just because it's been a thing, but I'm not going to upset if it wasn't good. Well, my response to that one, Swin, is how many previous Wonderlands games have there been? New game, new thing. This game does seem like it would be extremely hard to balance considering the funds revolve around outlandish gear. Right, like if you brought back an old concept, how do you just do it without it being terrible or overpowered? Like, you bring back just a regular I shoot gun, and then it ends up like the liquid cooling. Maggie would totally have been a liquid cooling situation or a completely worthless item, no in between. Out of all the Borderlands games, which one's your favorite? Do we include this one as a lands game, or do you just mean mainline Borderlands pollution?
Let's get cussing and blasting.
Oops. Including this game, this game.
That's the way you
This one's my favorite, followed by Borderlands 3.
Give me look at you. Knock you all down. Fearsome dragon returns.
My hammer does not want to recall properly, that's annoying.
A healing potion. Alright, now don't go spewing spores everywhere, you hear me?
Like this fight more and more the higher up cast I get. Yeah. One shot raid boss how? Exclamation point gloop, Emily. Exclamation point gloop. Love the BL2 story of this game, I've enjoyed a lot. This game just hits all the points for me. Spell suggestion for sniper style build. I like the knockback self-cast eruptions, because they knock down everything near you and let you line up shots. Also Arcane Bolt for spell spam. If you want just a reliable all-purpose spell, Impaling Ice Spikes are really good. Heard of the Borderlands movie? Yeah, I know they're making one. I'm looking forward to watching it as like a kind of popcorn movie, you know? Not too high expectations, but just go into it for fun. Like, you guys remember the Mortal Kombat movie they did last year? It wasn't a good movie, but it was a fun movie. Times 3 ice spike? Yeah, triple ice spikes are higher DPS. Impaling is just faster delivery. Aren't they gonna use the rocket? I've not heard about that. That's about Borderlands, and Maggie just felt like that signature thing, like how FromSoft puts Dark Moon in all of their games. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense from that angle. I never cared about it that much personally, so I don't really see the point. But not everything has to be for me. So I do get it, when you explain it that way.
Falling ice!
You gonna do the appropriate attack? No? Okay, I'll just
Not dead. All lot angrier.
just do that then.
Well, that going for you.
Big chunk.
Good for what ails you.
We're almost out of ammo. It's kind of a concern. We're okay. We're good. That's a lot of damage. Maggie with arrows instead would slap. Yeah, if they kind of like retool it to meet the theme, like a crossbow barrel Maggie would have been cool. I would have also called it something different, and at that point, is it the Maggie? Philosophical question for you. The Margaret, yes. Call it the Margaret. See, that'd be perfect. Just like how the old God Shield from Borderlands 3 didn't come back, they reworked it slightly and called it the Ancient Deity. It's the same thing, but different. I think same thing but different would kind of please more people, personally, than just endlessly reusing the same thing.
Chew on this.
Yeah, we're gonna do it again, chat. We're not gonna do the one shot because this is a used bow, but we're gonna one cycle this raid boss with this joke item. Used antique great bow. The one that makes fun of you for having it. Look at the red text. What a pity. It literally makes fun of you for having it. Easy. Looks like a woodblocker. Woodblocker did not fire 7 at once. It fired bursts of 3 sequentially. Boss can be frozen. Just that boss. By doing its mechanics. See the resemblance? In terms of how the gun looks, yes, this game uses Borderlands 3's part set. So of course, guns of the same manufacturer and like texture and stuff do look similar. But it's like how this is a black powder sniper. This isn't the monocle, despite the fact that, you know, it looks a bit like the monocle. It's definitely not. Said looks not fires. Big Tom, are you mad for me calling you out earlier, buddy? It's okay to be wrong. You don't have to snipe. Cause I'm the one sniping. With a used antique great bow. Yes, it's SMG. Oh yeah, this is the Mushroom Heaven bug. You see, we got 1 Phantom Mushroom, 2, 3. We have any more? No, just 3. Any Unkept Herald type pistol? No, luckily, because reusing the same concepts endlessly is boring. Unkempt Herald is back as a haircut in this game, though. I like that reference. That was pretty cool. So to look for Wrath of Nature? Yes, Wrath of Nature. Bunny being unkind. And this is why I contend that spending all your time on dice isn't necessary, because this character has all of it. All of it. Everything. All dice, all shrines, everything. And sometimes I still have massive dry spells. What haircut? It's literally called Unkempt Herald. Literally. That is what it is called. I cannot be any more specific than that. It is called Unkempt Herald. Wish they bring dual-wielding weapons back. It has been problematic every time they've done it, for balance. Even the dual-wielding... Ooh, that's a volatile... Ooh. Ooh. Even the dual spell thing in this game has some bugs associated with it, so I'd rather they didn't. But, ooh. Ooh. Well, you seem like a pretty chill dude. Hey, I appreciate that, Pollution. Good to have you here. You even got a good enchant. Let's go. The bunnies have been kind today. Gun that makes a clone of itself, on the other hand. See, that would be probably a way to get around the issue. Yeah, that's a good solution, because a lot of times with dual-wielding guns, the issue is transferring the effects of one to the other one. If they give you two of the same, it's less problematic. Now, there's still issues. Look at TPS for that, but less problematic. Sawmill good. Sawmill is one of the biggest boss DPS weapons in the entire game. It slaps real hard. Real good. Eats through ammo a lot, reloads often with a slow reload animation, but if you can get around those things, very strong. Hey Block, good to see you. Hope you're well. Started a Clawbringer playthrough, can't make my mind up as whether to multi-class with Spore Warden or Berserker. Just want to throw hammers, watch things explode. You give me any help on what you think is the way to go. Also want to shoot guns, of course, be able to kill stuff. Well, my build right now, it was requested that I go over the build, so I'll do that. My build right now is a Clawbringer Spore Warden. And I'm using it as a gun build. I'm throwing hammer. Sometimes I switch to barrage if I want to apply Wrath of Nature a little more effectively. But it is a capped Spore Warden build, and we go down to tier 4 of Clawbringer for some quality of life things for our Wyvern. And the build's working out pretty well. Gotta be all those lucky die. Yeah. Streamer luck with bunnies. Doesn't have optimal loot luck. Hacking. Yeah. I don't have loot luck gear on right now. This is the shrine and all dice, but you guys saw like 4 pulls of nothing. Dual melee would be sick. Dual melee would be cool. They make like an animation for that or something. You know, DLC weapon category for melee. I don't know, something like that would be cool. But yeah, so we go Oath of Fire and Dragonor. They're just two of Clawbringer's best damage skills. Rebuke for a little tank, and at least 1 point in Rebuke helps you apply Wrath of Nature. Blasphemit's favor, we just take 1 point again to apply Wrath of Nature and to trigger Awe, which we're getting from our armor. 1 point Firebolt, 1 point Storm Breath to give our Wyvern more attacks. The Wyvern actually does work and is good at proccing things for you, whether that's an Awe proc or whether that's if you're using a joint training amulet. Wyvern crits a lot, so that'll help you. Then in Spore Warden tree, we take Eagle Eye, gun damage, Affinity for ability damage, Bullseye for gun crit chance, especially important with the Awe rework. Quiver of Holding is more mag size for our Sawmill, lets us shoot a lot longer. Medicinal Mushrooms, good quality of life. We take Windrunner because it's a very large amount of move speed and fire rate. Nothing worth having in this tier. And then Headhunter is really good for bossing, and Wrath of Nature is one of the best damage increasing skills in the entire game. And then Play the Angles just helps us out a lot in mobbing with projectile-based weapons. Does it matter which class to pick first for builds? No. You just know that you can change the second one, but you can't change the first one. You're bound to get some unsuccessful draws. Be interesting to compare 1,000 draws between a character with minimal loot luck at 40 to cast 20 and max loot luck at 40 to cast 20. That would be interesting, Swag. That'd be very scientific. I'd like to see that. You do build guides? From time to time, Dyson. I'm more of a live content guy. However, in Borderlands 3, I did help maintain the community builds documents, which are extensive resources of text guides of character mechanics and builds with links to other resources, including videos. I did help maintain those. I maintained the Flak one in particular and helped coordinate some of the other ones. So guides in that manner. I have made build videos. Just in terms of how I like making my content, I'm more of a live content guy. However, a couple of the builds that I've been playing on stream lately, I do have plans to make videos. I just hate editing, so I drag my feet on it. I think Iron Bearer's Gearbox's best attempt at dual weapons without letting it get out of hand. Unfortunately, it also limited the creativity people wanted. Yeah. Bring back Blood Explosion. Inflammation spell, Chizchima. Inflammation spell, literally Blood Explosion. Literally. same thing, except minus the overkill. But like, other than the overkill, it's blood explosion. If you want a chain reaction of explosions, kill one enemy, watch boom, 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 boom. Inflammation. What power have you lent on Clawbringer or Spore Warden for this build? So Spore Warden power increases your capstone damage. But Clawbringer power is going to increase your hammer throw. So if you're prioritizing your hammer throw, if you want that to actually kill things when you throw it, Clawbringer power more important. If you want your ricochets and like your barrage to do more, Spore Warden power is more important. So I have like an even split right now, personally. You can see which thing each power affects. This is Wyvern, Cleansing Flames, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Blasphemous Favor, Rebuke, and Storm Smite. I'm not running the capstone. I don't care how much the Wyvern does overly. I'm not using Cleansing Flames. Blasphemous Favor is terrible. Rebuke's damage is irrelevant. So this is literally only helping Storm Dragon's Judgment. Whereas Spore Warden power is helping play the angles only. Mushroom Companion, don't care about that. Barrage, I'm not invested enough in its formula for it to do relevant damage anyway. So it's just literally weighing your hammer against play the angles for this setup. It's not just Flamethrower. Enemies affected by Inflammation's dot will explode and inflict that dot on nearby enemies when they die. And Inflammation's dot is able to trigger Blast Gasp, for example. It counts as like spell damage. It's a dot that's a spell. I can't think of another one that does that. So you can build around that, and you can cause entire chain reactions with it. It's very fun. Should I roll Zerker or Frost to go on a Warden class item? What's your chosen damage outlet, Dyson? Like, what are you hitting enemies with? We want overkill, enemy go bird. I mean, that's fair. I kind of like that they didn't include overkill mechanics so far in this game, because it's what caused a lot of balancing issues in some scenarios. Like, think of Mara's Remnant, which is kind of, hey, you don't need a build, you could just have Remnant. At a certain point, that's fun, but also, you know, stifling creativity. What does Spellshot damage impact? So Spellshot power increases your spellweaving stacks effectiveness. So basically, you get more spell damage per stack from Spellshot power. You take your Spellshot power and you multiply the 10% spellweaving stacks by that. So if you have 30% Spellshot power, let's say you had 33.3% Spellshot power, your spell bonus per stack would become 13.3 repeating, whatever. So it doesn't add, like, it doesn't make each stack suddenly 33% instead of 10, but it increases them each. Spellshot power also increases the duration of Polymorph, which can be nice if you're using a Polymorphed Skeep to spam a bunch of spells for you. Frost, Manliness, and Poison, it's the Spore Explosion build. I'm not really familiar. That's a Moxie build, right? I don't really know how that one works or anything. And we're back to nothing from the bunny. Loot luck is fickle. The claw armor is trying, honestly. Pick that up. Oh, and yeah, in terms of hero stats, because I'm sure someone will ask. Max crit, max crit. I put the rest in spell cooldown. And gear-wise, I have an Echo Amp Twin Soul, sniper rifles that have backup crossblade, Universal Soldier with Spore Warden power, Impaling Ice Spike. I have a Smart Armor with 2 points in Awe, and then I have a really good Sniper Ring. Now the spell damage is unfortunate, but that's a lot of sniper crit damage, and that's nice. And then I have this Mood Ring. And a Body Rune. Body Rune is my only source of healing in this build, so I gotta kill things to heal. It's very interactive, very engaging. Let's go to spells via Ambihex. Yes, it increases your spell damage. Your spell weaving increases your spell damage. No lucky dice don't work on other characters. Do any collectible shrines, or do the characters start with nothing but myth level? They don't even get the myth rank, Dr. Seuss, because you need to hit level 40 for that, for myth rank to turn on. So you are looking at having to go acquire all the collectibles again. The only things that transfer across account are myth rank, bank space, lost loot space. That's all. So yeah, in the name of the Great Bow, I think I'm going to call it for today's stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I went a little longer than I normally do. Appreciate the warm welcome back after my unscheduled day off. But tomorrow, I normally don't stream on Sundays. I do have some stuff to take care of, but it's likely I do a makeup stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. But if you enjoyed your time here, feel free to drop a follow. I'll probably be tweeting out that one-shot clip using one of these. But join the Discord. We got lots of community resources there. Looking for group channel, community saves channel. You might find some gear that you need in there or some people to play with. Also, all kinds of the spreadsheets that we reference throughout the stream, the write-ups, all that kind of technical stuff is in there. You can also see kind of the crazy theory crafting we do. We've got a testing channel, public, where people just kind of post ideas for, I wonder if this works in this way, and someone goes and tests it. I'm live 6 days a week. If you don't know me, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I do stream full time, so I'd love to have you guys back another time. Let's find somewhere where we can go for that there raid. And the raid message will be... Go and copy that. Well, let's flood someone's chat with that, but who we going to? Going to Lazy? Maybe. Dame is on as well. Karma's on. Yeah, let's go over to Bad Karma. I haven't had the opportunity to raid Karma in a while, and he's just been super supportive of the community. Also, it's his birthday celebration. Yeah, let's go say hi to Karma. You guys will love Bad Karma if you're not familiar. Just super, super nice dude. Very knowledgeable, Wonderlands mechanics as well. But also just, he's one of those people who just gasses up everyone around him. Super positive. I just like the guy's energy a lot. So give him lots of love. Make sure you drop a follow when you get there. Copy that raid message. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for all the love and support. It's been amazing. And I hope you have some fun with some of the info you picked up here today. Sniper rifles are great in this game. Use them more. Experiment with them. Have a good time. Anyway, thank you again. Bye-bye.